Management effort to create job enthusiasm reflects the unhappy unwillingness of employees to work spontaneously at their routinized tasks. It indicates recognition of the lack of spontaneous will to work for the ulterior ends available. It also indicates that it is more difficult to have happy employees when the chances to climb the skill and social hierarchies are slim. These are underlying reasons why the Protestant ethic, a work compulsion, is replaced by the conscious efforts of personnel departments to create morale. But the present-day concern with employee morale and work enthusiasm has other sources than the meaningless character of much modern work. It is also a response to several decisive shifts in American society, particularly in its higher business circles, the enormous scale and complexity of modern business, its obviously vast and concentrated power, the rise of successfully competing centers of loyalty, the unions over the past dozen years, with their inevitable focus upon power relations on the job, the enlargement of the liberal administrative state at the hands of politically successful new and fair deals, and the hostile atmosphere surrounding business during the big slump. These developments have caused a shift in the outlook of certain sections of the business world, which in the new men of power I have called the shift from practical to sophisticated conservatism. The need to develop new justifications, and the fact that increased power has not yet been publicly justified, give rise to a groping for more telling symbols of justification among the more sophisticated business spokesmen, who have felt themselves to be a small island in a politically hostile sea of property-less employees. Studies of human relations in industry are an ideological part of this groping. The managers are interested in such studies because of the hope of lowering production costs, of easing tensions inside their plants, of finding new symbols to justify the concentrated power they exercise in modern society. To secure and increase the will to work, a new ethic that endows work with more than an economic incentive is needed. During war, managers have appealed to nationalism. They have appealed in the name of the firm or branch of the office or factory, seeking to tap the animistic identifications of worker with workplace and tools in an effort to strengthen his identification with the company. They have repeatedly written that job enthusiasm is good business, that job enthusiasm is a hallmark of the American way. But they have not yet found a really sound ideology. What they are after is something in the employee outwardly manifested in a male must-go-through attitude, the we attitude, spontaneous discipline, employees smiling and cheerful. They want, for example, to point out to banking employees their importance to banking and banking's importance to the general economy. In Conferences of Management Associations, 1947, one hears, "There is one thing more that is wonderful about the human body. Make the chemical in the vial a little different and you have a person who is loyal. He likes you, and when mishaps come he takes a lot from you and the company, because you have been so good to him, you have changed the structure of his blood. You have to put into his work and environment the things that change the chemical that stimulates the action, so that he is loyal and productive. Somebody working under us won't know why, but when they are asked where they work and why, they say I work with this company. I like it there and my boss is really one to work with." The overall formula of advice that the new ideology of human relations in business contains runs to this effect: to make the worker happy, efficient, and cooperative, you must make the managers intelligent, rational, knowledgeable. It is the perspective of a managerial elite, disguised in the pseudo-objective language of engineers. It is advice to the personnel manager to relax his authoritative manner and widen his manipulative grip over the employees by understanding them better and countering their informal solidarities against management and exploiting these solidarities for smoother and less troublesome managerial efficiency. Current managerial attempts to create job enthusiasm, to paraphrase Marx's comment on Proudhon, are attempts to conquer work alienation within the bounds of work alienation. In the meantime, whatever satisfaction alienated men gain from work occurs within the framework of alienation, whatever satisfaction they gain from life occurs outside the boundaries of work. Work and life are sharply split. 6. The Big Split. Only in the last half-century has leisure been widely available to the weary masses of the big city. Before then, there was leisure only for those few who were socially trained to use and enjoy it, the rest of the populace was left on lower and bleaker levels of sensibility, taste, and feeling. Then as the sphere of leisure was won for more and more of the people, the techniques of mass production were applied to amusement as they had been to the sphere of work. The most ostensible feature of American social life today, and one of the most frenzied, is its mass leisure activities. The most important characteristic of all these activities is that they astonish, excite, and distract, but they do not enlarge reason or feeling, or allow spontaneous dispositions to unfold creatively. What is psychologically important in this shift to mass leisure is that the old middle-class work ethic, the gospel of work, has been replaced in the society of employees by a leisure ethic, and this replacement has involved a sharp, almost absolute split between work and leisure. Now work itself is judged in terms of leisure values. The sphere of leisure provides the standards by which work is judged. It lends to work such meanings as work has. Alienation in work means that the most alert hours of one's life are sacrificed to the making of money with which to live. Alienation means boredom and the frustration of potentially creative effort, of the productive sides of personality. It means that while men must seek all values that matter to them outside of work, they must be serious during work, they may not laugh or sing or even talk, they must follow the rules and not violate the fetish of the enterprise. In short, they must be serious and steady about something that does not mean anything to them, and moreover during the best hours of their day, the best hours of their life. Leisure time thus comes to mean an unserious freedom from the authoritarian seriousness of the job. The split of work from leisure and the greater importance of leisure in the striving consciousness of modern man run through the whole fabric of 20th century America, affect the meaningful experiences of work, and set popular goals and daydreams. Over the last 40 years, Leo Lowenthal has shown, as the idols of work have declined, the idols of leisure have arisen. Now the selection of heroes for popular biography appearing in mass magazines has shifted from business, professional, and political figures successful in the sphere of production to those successful in entertainment, leisure, and consumption. The movie star and the baseball player have replaced the industrial magnate and the political man. Today, the displayed characteristics of popular idols can all be integrated around the concept of the consumer. And the faculties of reflection, imagination, dream, and desire, so far as they exist, do not now move in the sphere of concrete, practical work experience. Work is split from the rest of life, especially from the spheres of conscious enjoyment. Nevertheless, most men and many women must work. So work is an unsatisfactory means to ulterior ends lying somewhere in the sphere of leisure. The necessity to work and the alienation from it make up its grind, and the more grind there is, the more need to find relief in the jumpy or dreamy models available in modern leisure. Leisure contains all good things and all goals dreamed of and actively pursued. The dreariest part of life, R.H. Tawney remarks, is where and when you work, the gayest where and when you consume. Each day men sell little pieces of themselves in order to try to buy them back each night and weekend with the coin of fun. With amusement, with love, with movies, with vicarious intimacy, they pull themselves into some sort of hole again, and now they are different men. Thus, the cycle of work and leisure gives rise to two quite different images of self, the everyday image, based upon work, and the holiday image, based upon leisure. The holiday image is often heavily tinged with aspired to and dreamed of features and is, of course, fed by mass media personalities and happenings. The rhythm of the weekend, with its birth, its planned gaieties, and its announced end, Scott Fitzgerald wrote, followed the rhythm of life and was a substitute for it. The weekend, having nothing in common with the working week, lifts men and women out of the gray-level tone of everyday work life, and forms a standard with which the working life is contrasted. As the work sphere declines in meaning and gives no inner direction and rhythm to life, so have community and kinship circles declined as ways of fixing man into society. In the old craft model, work sphere and family coincided. Before the Industrial Revolution, the home and the workshop were one. Today, this is so only in certain smaller bourgeois families, and there it is often seen by the young as repression. One result of the division of labor is to take the breadwinner out of the home, segregating work life and home life. This has often meant that work becomes the means for the maintenance of the home, and the home the means for refitting the worker to go back to work. But with the decline of the home as the center of psychological life and the lowering of the hours of work, the sphere of leisure and amusement takes over the home's functions. No longer is the framework within which a man lives fixed by traditional institutions. Mass communications replace tradition as a framework of life. Being thus afloat, the metropolitan man finds a new anchorage in the spectator sports, the idols of the mass media, and other machineries of amusement. So the leisure sphere and the machinery of amusement in terms of which it is now organized becomes the center of character-forming influences, of identification models. It is what one man has in common with another, it is a continuous interest. The machinery of amusement, Henry Durant remarks, focuses attention and desires upon those aspects of our life which are divorced from work and on people who are significant, not in terms of what they have achieved, but in terms of having money and time to spend. The amusement of hollow people rests on their own hollowness and does not fill it up, it does not calm or relax them, as old middle-class frolics and jollification may have done, it does not recreate their spontaneity in work, as in the craftsman model. Their leisure diverts them from the restless grind of their work by the absorbing grind of passive enjoyment of glamour and thrills. To modern man, leisure is the way to spend money, work is the way to make it. When the two compete, leisure wins hands down. 11. The status panic. Prestige involves at least two persons, one to claim it and another to honor the claim. The bases on which various people raise prestige claims, and the reasons others honor these claims, include property and birth, occupation and education, income and power, in fact almost anything that may invidiously distinguish one person from another. In the status system of a society, these claims are organized as rules and expectations which regulate who successfully claims prestige, from whom, in what ways, and on what basis. The level of self-esteem enjoyed by given individuals is more or less set by the status system. The extent to which claims for prestige are honored, and by whom they are honored, may vary widely. Some of those from whom an individual claims prestige may honor his claims, others may not. Some deferences that are given may express genuine feelings of esteem, others may be expedient strategies for ulterior ends. A society may, in fact, contain many hierarchies of prestige, each with its own typical bases and areas of bestowal, or one hierarchy in which everyone uniformly knows his place and is always in it. It is in the latter that prestige groups are most likely to be uniform and continuous. Imagine a society in which everyone's prestige is absolutely set and unambivalent, every man's claims for prestige are balanced by the prestige he receives, and both his expression of claims and the ways these claims are honored by others are set forth in understood stereotypes. Moreover, the bases of the claims coincide with the reasons they are honored. Those who claim prestige on the specific basis of property or birth are honored because of their property or birth. So the exact volume and types of deference expected between any two individuals are always known, expected, and given, and each individual's level and type of self-esteem are steady features of his inner life. Now imagine the opposite society, in which prestige is highly unstable and ambivalent. The individual's claims are not usually honored by others. The way claims are expressed are not understood or acknowledged by those from whom deference is expected, and when others do bestow prestige, they do so unclearly. One man claims prestige on the basis of his income, but even if he is given prestige, it is not because of his income but rather, for example, his education or appearance. All the controlling devices by which the volume and type of deference might be directed are out of joint or simply do not exist. So the prestige system is no system, but a maze of misunderstanding, of sudden frustration and sudden indulgence, and the individual, as his self-esteem fluctuates, is under strain and full of anxiety. American society in the middle of the 20th century does not fit either of these projections absolutely, but it seems fairly clear that it is closer to the unstable and ambivalent model. This is not to say that there is no prestige system in the United States. Given occupational levels, however caught in status ambivalence, do enjoy typical levels of prestige. It is to say, however, that the enjoyment of prestige is often disturbed and uneasy, that the bases of prestige, the expressions of prestige claims, and the ways these claims are honored, are now subject to great strain, a strain which often puts men and women in a virtual status panic. 1. White-collar prestige. The prestige position of white-collar employees has been one of the most arguable points about them as strata, the major point to be explained by those who would locate them in modern social structures. Although no one dimension of stratification can be adequate, the social esteem white-collar employees have successfully claimed is one of their important defining characteristics. In fact, their psychology can often be understood as the psychology of prestige striving. That it is often taken as their signal attribute probably reflects the effort, which we accept, to overcome the exclusively economic view of stratification. It also reflects the desire, which we reject, to encompass the entire group with a single slogan. White-collar people's claims to prestige are expressed, as their label implies, by their style of appearance. Their occupations enable and require them to wear street clothes at work. Although they may be expected to dress somewhat somberly, still, their working attire is not a uniform, or distinct from clothing generally suitable for street wear. The standardization and mass production of fashionable clothing have wiped out many distinctions that were important up to the 20th century, but they have not eliminated the distinctions still typical between white-collar and wage worker. The wage worker may wear standardized street clothes off the job, but the white-collar worker wears them on the job as well. This difference is revealed by the clothing budgets of wage workers and white-collar people, especially of girls and women. After later adolescence, women working as clerks, compared with wage-working women of similar income, spend a good deal more on clothes, and the same is true of men, although to a lesser extent. The class position of employed people depends on their chances in the labor market, their status position depends on their chances in the commodity market. Claims for prestige are raised on the basis of consumption, but since consumption is limited by income, class position and status position intersect. At this intersection, clothing expenditure is, of course, merely an index, although a very important one, to the style of appearance and the life ways displayed by the white-collar strata. Claims for prestige, however expressed, must be honored by others, and, in the end, must rest upon more or less widely acknowledged bases, which distinguish the people of one social stratum from others. The prestige of any stratum, of course, is based upon its mutually recognized relations with other strata. The middle position of white-collar people between independent employers and wage workers, a negative characteristic rather than definite technical functions, Emil Lederer wrote in 1912, is the social mark of the salaried employees and establishes their social character in their own consciousness and in the estimation of the community. Salaried employees have been associated with entrepreneurs, and later with higher ups in the managerial cadre, and they have borrowed prestige from both. In the latter 19th century, the foreman, the sales clerk, and the office man were widely viewed, and viewed themselves, as apprentices or assistants to old middle-class people. Drawing upon their future hopes to join these ranks, they were able to borrow the prestige of the people for whom they worked, and with whom they were in close, often personal, contact. White-collar people intermarried with members of the old middle class and enjoyed common social activities. In many cases the salaried man represented the entrepreneur to the public and was recruited from the same social levels, mainly, the old rural middle class. All this descent, association, and expectation made it possible for earlier salaried employees to borrow status from the old middle class. Today, in big city as well as small town, white-collar workers continue to borrow such prestige. It is true that in larger concerns personal contacts with old middle-class entrepreneurs have been superseded by impersonal contacts with the lower rungs of the new managerial cadre. Still, all white-collar people do not lack personal contact with employers, not all of them are employed in the big layout, which, in many areas, is as yet the model of the future more than of present reality. The general images of the white-collar people, in terms of which they are often able to cash in claims for prestige, are drawn from present reality. Moreover, even in the big hierarchies, white-collar people often have more contact and usually feel that they do with higher UPS than do factory workers. The prestige cleavage between the shop and the front office often seems to exist quite independently of the low income and routine character of many front office jobs and the high pay and skills of jobs in the shop. For orders and paychecks come from the office and are associated with it, and those who are somehow of it are endowed with some of the prestige that attends its function in the life of the wage worker. The tendency of white-collar people to borrow status from higher elements is so strong that it has carried over to all social contacts and features of the workplace. Salespeople in department stores, as we have already seen, frequently attempt, although often unsuccessfully, to borrow prestige from their contact with customers, and to cash it in among work colleagues as well as friends off the job. In the big city, the girl who works on 34th Street cannot successfully claim as much prestige as the one who works on 5th Avenue or 57th Street. Writes one observer, a salesgirl in Bonwit Tellers will act and feel different from a salesgirl at Macy's. She will be more gracious, more helpful, more charming. But at the same time she will have an air of dignity and distance about her, an air of distinction, that implies, I am more important than you because my customers come from Park Avenue. It is usually possible to know the prestige of salespeople in department stores in terms of the commodities they handle, ranked according to the expensiveness of the people who typically buy them. Prestige may be borrowed directly from the commodities themselves, although this is not as likely as borrowing from the type of customer. If white-collar relations with supervisors and higher UPS, with customers or clients, become so impersonal as seriously to limit borrowing prestige from them, prestige is then often borrowed from the firm or the company itself. The fetishism of the enterprise, and identification with the firm, are often as relevant for the white-collar hirelings as for the managers. This identification may be implemented by the fact that the work itself, as a set of activities, offers little chance for external prestige claims and internal self-esteem. So the work one does is buried in the name of the firm. The typist or the salesgirl does not think of herself in terms of what she does, but as being with Saks or working at time. A $38 a week clerk in a chrome and mahogany setting in Radio City will often successfully raise higher claims for prestige than a $50 a week stenographer in a small, dingy office on 7th Avenue. Help wanted ads, beautifully furnished office in Rockefeller Center, large nationwide concern, offices located on 32nd floor of Empire State Building, reveal conscious appeal to the status striving of the office worker. Such positions are often easier to fill, not because of higher salary and more rapid promotion, but because of the prestige of the firm's name or location. In identifying with a firm, the young executive can sometimes line up his career expectations with it, and so identify his own future with that of the firm's. But lower down the ranks, the identification has more to do with security and prestige than with expectations of success. In either case, of course, such feelings can be exploited in the interests of business loyalties. In the impersonal white-collar hierarchies, employees often attempt to personalize their surroundings in order to identify with them more closely and draw prestige therefrom. In the personnel literature, there are many illustrations of an often pathetic striving for a sense of importance. For example, when a girl's chair is taken from her and she is given one thought more convenient for her work, her production drops. When questioned, she asks, "Why are you picking on me?" and explains that she had used the old chair for 5 years and it had her nameplate on it. When the nameplate is transferred to the new chair, it is explained, her attitude changes, and her production comes up to normal. Similar observations have been made in connection with the arrangement of desks in an office, in which, unknown to management, the old pattern had been in terms of seniority. Women are probably more alert to these prestige borrowings than men. The first consideration of one large group of women seeking employment had to do with the office environment, the state of the equipment, the appearance of the place, the class of people working there. Periodical salary increases and initial salary were both ranked below such considerations. Of course, such prestige matters often involve the desire to be available on a market for more marriageable males, yet the material signs of the status environment are in themselves crucial to the white-collar sense of importance. That white-collar work requires more mental capacity and less muscular effort than wage work has been a standard, historical basis for prestige claims. In the office, as we have seen, white-collar technology and social rationalization have definitely lessened technical differences between white-collar and factory work. Many white-collar people now operate light machinery at a pace and under conditions that are quite similar to those of light industrial operations, even if they do so while wearing street clothes rather than overalls. Still, the variety of operations and the degree of autonomous decision are taken as bases of white-collar prestige. And it is true that in thousands of offices and sales rooms, the receptionist, the sales girl, the general secretary, and even the typist seems to perform a wide variety of different operations at her own pace and according to her own decisions. The time required to learn white-collar skills and how they are learned has been an important basis of their prestige, even though as white-collar work is rationalized the time needed to acquire the necessary skills decreases. Some 80% of the people at work, it is frequently estimated, now perform work that can be learned in less than 3 months. Accompanying this rationalization of the work process, a stratum of highly skilled experts has arisen. Over the whole society, this stratum is popularly, even if erroneously, associated with white-collar work, while the semi-skilled is associated with wage work. So those white-collar workers who are in fact quite unskilled and routinized still borrow from the prestige of the skills. More crucially, perhaps, than type of skill is the fact that many white-collar skills are still acquired at school rather than on the job. The two ways of learning working skills that carry most prestige have been combined in many white-collar areas, whereas neither is now prevalent among wage workers. Apprenticeship, involving close contact with entrepreneurs or managerial levels, continued in white-collar occupations after they had ceased to exist in wage work. Then, formal education, in high school and business college, became the typical white-collar way. The shift from small independent property to dependent occupations greatly increases the weight of formal education in determining life conditions. For the new middle class, education has replaced property as the insurance of social position. The saving and sacrifice of the new middle class to ensure a good education for the child replace the saving and sacrifice of the old middle class to ensure that the child may inherit the good property with which to earn his livelihood. The inheritance of occupational ambition, and of the education that is its condition, replaces the inheritance of property. To acquire some white-collar skills requires 20 years of formal and expensive education, others may be learned in 1 day, and are more efficiently performed by those with little education. For some white-collar jobs, people above the grammar school level are not wanted, for fear boredom would lead to slowdown by frustration. For others, only the PhD is allowed to go to work. But the educational center around which the white-collar worlds revolve is the high school. In 1890, only 7 out of every 100 boys and girls between 14 and 17 were enrolled in high schools. By 1940, 73 out of every 100 were. During these 50 years, the number of children of this age increased some 82%, or the number of high school enrollments, 1,888%. The white-collar people, the great depository of the high school culture implanted in U.S. youth, have completed an average of 12.4 years of school, compared with the free enterprisers 8.4 and the wage workers 8.2 years. On every occupational level, white-collar men and women are better educated, except for the single one of independent professionals, who, of course, lead educationally with 16.4 years of schooling. Many a clerk in a small office has a less educated, although more experienced, boss. Many a sales clerk in a small store is supervised by a higher-up not so well educated as she. Of course, The higher educational level of the white-collar people in part reflects their youthfulness. Being younger, they have had more opportunities for education. But they have availed themselves of it, for in the white-collar pyramids education has paid off. It has been a source of cash and a means of ascent. Here knowledge, although not power, has been a basis for prestige. Even today, white-collar occupations contain the highest general average of educated people, but 25 years ago this was much more strongly the case. In large part, white-collar people monopolized intermediate and higher education. 25 years ahead it will not necessarily be the case. In fact, all trends point to the continued narrowing of the educational gap between white-collar and wage worker. 50 years ago the general labor market was almost entirely composed of grade school graduates, today of high school graduates. By the early 50s 9.5 million college-educated youth will be in the labor market. Most of them will reach for the white-collar job, and many of them will not find routinized white-collar jobs a challenge, for, as H.K. Tootle has estimated for an office management association, educated youth is being channeled into business faster than job satisfactions can be developed for it. As there are not enough stimulating jobs for the hordes of college graduates we see descending upon us in the years to come like swarms of hungry locusts, they will have to take jobs that satisfy, or perhaps even now do not satisfy, the high school graduate. As the general educational level rises, the level of education required or advisable for many white-collar jobs falls. In the early 20s, personnel men said, "I think it has become a principle with the majority of our progressive offices that they will not take into the office any person or candidate who has not had the benefit of at least a high school education." But soon they began to say that too much education was not advisable for many white-collar jobs. In fact, the educated intelligence has become penalized in routinized work, where the search is for those who are less easily bored and hence more cheerfully efficient. When you employ 2,600 clerks, says one personnel supervisor, you don't want all college people. I much prefer the young fellow who is fresh from high school, or graduated from normal school, and who is full of pep and ambition, and wants to get ahead. We could not use college men in many of our positions. Education, in short, comes to be viewed as a sort of frustrating trap. The rationalization of office and store undermines the special skills based on experience and education. It makes the employee easy to replace by shortening the training he needs. It weakens not only his bargaining power but his prestige. It opens white-collar positions to people with less education, thus destroying the educational prestige of white-collar work, for there is no inherent prestige attached to the nature of any work. It is, Hans Speer remarks, the esteem the people doing it enjoy that often lends prestige to the work itself. Insofar as white-collar workers base their claims for external prestige and their own self-esteem upon educated skills, they open themselves to a precarious psychological life. In the United States, white-collar people have been able to claim higher prestige than wage workers because of racial, but to a greater extent and in a more direct way, national origin. The number of Negroes in white-collar jobs is negligible, but especially since World War I, considerable numbers have worked in unskilled and semi-skilled factory jobs. The new middle class contains a greater proportion of white people than any other occupational stratum. In 1940, some 99.5% of the white collar, compared with 90% of free enterprisers, 87% of urban wage workers, and 74% of rural workers. Nativity and immigration differences between white-collar and wage work are probably more direct bases of white-collar prestige. When the race peril literature was popular, the textbook myth about the lowly character of newer immigrants was also widespread. Most of the major American historians of the period between 1875 and 1925 belligerently declared the superiority of Anglo-Saxon stock, concludes Edward Savith. Being of old stock themselves, their conception of the immigrant reflected, in some degree, their feeling that the newcomer somehow constituted a threat to what they hold dear, ideologically and materially. Mass as well as academic publicity reflected and spread the fact of prestige distinctions between immigrant and native. If the American stature of a group may be judged by the proportion of its native-born members, white-collar workers have been the most American of all occupational strata. In 1930, after mass immigration had been stopped, only 9% of the white population of the new middle class were foreign-born, compared to 16% of the free enterprisers and 21% of the wage workers. But now there is no bulk immigration. Soon, virtually all Americans will be American-born of American-born parents. Time will not automatically erase the prestige cleavages based on descent, but, for most white-collar and wage workers, as they become more similar in origin, it probably will. In the meantime, nativity differences still underlie the prestige claims of white-collar groups. Every basis on which the prestige claims of the bulk of the white-collar employees have historically rested has been declining in firmness and stability, the rationalization and downgrading of the work operations themselves, and hence the lessening importance of education and experience in acquiring white-collar skills, the leveling down of white-collar and the raising of wage worker incomes, so that the differences between them are decidedly less than they once were, the increased size of the white-collar labor market, as more people from lower ranks receive high school educations, so that any monopoly of formal training adequate to these jobs is no longer possible, the decline in the proportion of people of immigrant origin and the consequent narrowing of nativity differences between white-collar and wage worker, the increased participation of white-collar people, alone with wage workers, in unemployment, and the increased economic and public power of wage workers because of their union strength, as compared with that of white-collar workers. All these tendencies for white-collar occupations to sink in prestige rest upon the numerical enlargement of the white-collar strata and the increase in prestige which the wage workers have enjoyed. If everybody belongs to the fraternity, nobody gets any prestige from belonging. As the white-collar strata have expanded, they have included more offspring of wage worker origin. Moreover, in so far as their prestige has rested upon their sharing the authority of those in charge of the enterprise, that authority has itself lost much of its prestige, having been successfully challenged at many points by unionized wage workers. Although trends should not be confused with accomplished facts, it is clear that many trends point to a status proletarianization of white-collar strata. To the smaller city. To understand the prestige of white-collar people, we must examine the kinds of people among whom they successfully raise claims for prestige. For different groups do not honor white-collar claims to the same extent. In fact, their estimates often clash, and there is much ambivalence about white-collar prestige. White-collar workers are city people. In the smaller cities, they live on the right side of the tracks and work uptown. In the larger cities they often live in suburbs and work downtown. The city is their milieu and they are shaped by its mass ways. As the city has expanded, more and more of its inhabitants have been white-collar people. And it is in cities of differing size that they must raise their claims for prestige. In the smaller cities, lower classes sometimes use the term white-collar to refer to everyone above themselves. Sometimes their attitude is that white-collar people are pencil pushers who sit around and don't work and figure out ways of keeping wages cheap, and sometimes it is that the clerks are very essential. They are the ones who keep the ball rolling for the other guy. We would be lost if we didn't have the clerks. The upper classes, on the other hand, never acknowledge white-collar people as of the upper levels and sometimes even place them with the laborers. An upper-class man in a city of 60,000, for instance, says, next after retailers, I would put the policeman, fireman, the average factory worker and the white-collar clerks. I've lived in this town all my life and come to the bank every day but Sunday, and I can't name 5 clerks downtown I know. This situation of white-collar prestige in the smaller city is in part due to the fact that white-collar occupations are divided into higher and lower, in terms of almost every basis on which prestige claims might be made: social origin, occupational history, income, education. Now, the images held of the white-collar people by upper-class groups seem to be derived, by and large, from the lower groups of these occupations, the clerk and the salesperson. When upper-class individuals do focus upon higher-income salesmen, or professional and managerial employees, they think of them as part of business rather than as part of white-collar. Members of lower classes, on the other hand, tend to blend white-collar, both higher and lower, into business and to make little distinction between them. The ambiguous prestige of the smaller businessman in these smaller cities is explained, in part, by the power ascribed to him by lower groups but denied to him by the upper. In so far as power is concerned, the ambiguous status position of the white-collar worker rests less upon complications in his power position than upon his lack of any power. White-collar employees have no leaders active as their representatives in civic efforts, they are not represented as a stratum in the councils, they have no autonomous organizations through which to strive for political and civic ends, they are seldom, if ever, in the publicity spotlight. No articulate leaders appeal directly to them, or draw strength from their support. In the organized power of the middle-sized city, there is no autonomous white-collar unit. The few organizations in which white-collar employees are sometimes predominant, the business and professional women's clubs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, and the YWCA, are so tied in with business groups that they have little or no autonomy. Socially, the lower white-collar people are usually on the elk level, the higher in the number 2 or 3 social club, in both they are part of a middle-class mingling pattern. They are led, if at all, by higher-income salesmen and other contact people, who are themselves identified with business and whose activities thus lend prestige to businessmen rather than to white-collar people. Even in the smaller cities, then, there is no homogeneous social arena in which white-collar prestige is uniformly honored. In the big city this fact is the key to the character of white-collar prestige. 3. The metropolis. The rise of the big city has modified the prestige structure of modern society, it has greatly enlarged the social areas with reference to which prestige is claimed, it has split the individual from easily identifiable groups in which he might claim prestige and in which his claims might be acknowledged, it has given rise to many diverse, segregated areas in each of which the individual may advance claims, and it has made these areas impersonal. The prestige market of the big city is often a market of strangers, a milieu where contacts having relevance to prestige are often transitory and fleeting. The neighbors of the small town man know much of what is to be known about him. The metropolitan man is a temporary focus of heterogeneous circles of casual acquaintances, rather than a fixed center of a few well-known groups. So personal snoopiness is replaced by formal indifference, one has contacts, rather than relations, and these contacts are shorter-lived and more superficial. The more people one knows, the easier it becomes to replace them. The metropolitan man's biography is often unknown, his past apparent only to very limited groups, so the basis of his status is often hidden and ambivalent, revealed only in the fast-changing appearances of his mobile, anonymous existence. Intimacy and the personal touch, no longer intrinsic to his way of life, are often contrived devices of impersonal manipulation. Rather than cohesion there is uniformity, rather than descent or tradition, interests. Physically close, but socially distant, human relations become at once intense and impersonal and in every detail, pecuniary. Apart from educational opportunities, the status of most middle and working class people becomes individualized, one generation cut off from the other. Among the propertyless, status must be won anew by each generation. The small businessman's sons or the farmers might look forward to the inheritance of a more or less secure property as a basis for their status, the floor walker's sons or the assistant managers cannot expect to inherit such family position. The more transparent lives of people in smaller cities permit status bases, such as social origin, to be more readily transferred to various occupational levels. The nature of the opaque contacts characteristic of big city life make this difficult. Members of one occupational level may see or even contact members of others, but usually in a stereotyped rather than in a personal manner. They meet on impersonal terms and then retire into their socially insulated personal lives. In smaller cities and smaller enterprises, the status lines between white-collar and wage worker are, perhaps, Drawn most clearly. In metropolitan areas, white-collar people seldom contact wage workers. The physical layout of the city, the segregation of routes of travel for different occupations often restrict people to separate circles of acquaintances. The mass media, primarily movies and radio, have further enlarged the whole prestige area and the means of status expression. In the media, the lifestyles of the top levels are displayed to the bottom in a way and to an extent not previously the case. Some communication system is needed to cover any prestige area, and in modern times, with the enlargement of prestige areas, being seen in the formal media is taken as a basis of status claims as well as a cashing of them. When national prestige was focused in local society, local newspapers used to be the principal media involved in the prestige of local society matrons. But since the 1920s, radio, and especially motion pictures and TV have supplemented newspapers and have created a national status market in which the movie star, a status type who suddenly acquires liquid assets and a lavish style of life, has replaced the local society matron. The deciders and originators in matters of the highest fashion and style of life have definitely passed from the old families of Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Newport to the stars of Hollywood and Radio City. In Newport, and on Fifth Avenue, Lloyd Morris has observed, wealth had been a weapon indispensable to those who fought to win social power. In Hollywood, social prestige was an instrument essential to those determined to win wealth. The society reporters of all the eastern cities combined cannot compete with the several hundred journalists who cover Hollywood. 24 magazines are devoted to the film center. Luella Parsons reaches 30 million readers. 18,000 movie houses are visited by 90 million people each week. The heterogeneous public appears avid for intimate details of the Hollywood elite. And the movies, which made them an elite, are set up to supply new images of them continuously. Not the society matron, but the movie star becomes the model for the office girl. The rich of previous eras could not so readily be known by the public, the way they lived being known only by hearsay and glimpses through curtained windows. But by the 1920s in America a democracy of status vision had come about, the area of prestige was truly national. Now the bottom could see the top, at least that version of it that was put on display. It did not matter if this top was sometimes contrived and often a cloak. It did not matter if the real top was even more secluded and unseen than before. For those on the bottom, the top presented was real and it was dazzling. The enlargement and animation, the anonymity and the transitoriness, the faster turnover and the increased visibility of the top, filling the individual's vision with a series of big close-ups. These changes have been paralleled by less noticed but equally intense changes in the prestige dynamics of the middle and lower strata. For the status panic. The historic bases of white-collar prestige are now infirm. The areas in which white-collar people must seek to have their claims honored are agitated. Both sides of the situation in which they are caught impel them to emphasize prestige and often to engage in a great striving for its symbols. In this, three mechanisms seem to be operating. In the white-collar hierarchies, as we have seen, individuals are often segregated by minute gradations of rank, and, at the same time, subject to a fragmentation of skill. This bureaucratization often breaks up the occupational bases of their prestige. Since the individual may seize upon minute distinctions as bases for status, these distinctions operate against any status solidarity among the mass of employees, often lead to status estrangement from work associates, and to increased status competition. The employees are thus further alienated from work, for, in striving for the next rank, they come to anticipate identification with it, so that now they are not really in their places. Like money, status that is exterior to one's present work does not lead to intrinsic work gratification. Only if present work leads to the anticipated goal by a progression of skills, and is thus given meaning, will status aspirations not alienate the worker. Status ascent within the hierarchy is a kind of illusionary success, for it does not necessarily increase income or the chance to learn superior skills. Above all, the hierarchy is often accompanied by a delirium for status merely because of its authoritarian shape, as Karl Mannheim has observed. people who are dependent for everything, including images of themselves, upon place in an authoritarian hierarchy, will all the more frantically cling to claims of status. The sharp split of residence from workplace, characteristic of urban life since the Industrial Revolution, is most clearly manifested in the big city suburb, where work associates are formally segregated from neighbors. This means that the subordinate may compete in two status worlds, that of workplace in the big city and that of residence in the suburb. At the workplace, it is difficult, even in large enterprises, to inflate real occupational status, although great status tensions are likely to be lodged there. But actual job position is not so well known to those whom one meets away from work. It may be that to the extent that status aspirations and claims are frustrated at work, there is a more intense striving to realize them off the job. If the status struggle within the job hierarchy is lost, the status struggle outside the job area shifts its ground. One hides his exact job, claims prestige from his title or firm, or makes up job, title, or firm. Among anonymous metropolitan throngs, one can make claims about one's job, as well as about other bases of prestige, which minimize or override actual occupational status. The place of residence, which is a signal of income and style of life, limits this inflation of status, for neighbors, like job associates, will not readily cash in higher claims. But there are other areas. Anonymous and the just known strangers, who cannot so readily place one, may cash in one's claims. Among them, the first, often the only, impression one makes may permit a brief success in status claiming, sometimes as a sort of mutual deal. 2. Under modern conditions, Thorstein Veblen wrote, the struggle for existence has, in a very appreciable degree, been transformed into a struggle to keep up appearance. Personal worth and integrity may count for something, but one's reputation for excellence in this direction does not penetrate far enough into the very wide environment to which a person is exposed in modern society to satisfy even a very modest craving for respectability. To sustain one's dignity and to sustain one's self-respect under the eyes of people who are not socially one's immediate neighbors, it is necessary to display the token of economic worth, which practically coincides with economic success. The leisure of many middle-class people is entirely taken up by attempts to gratify their status claims. Just as work is made empty by the processes of alienation, so leisure is made hollow by status snobbery and the demands of emulative consumption. It takes money to do something nice in one's off time when there is an absence of inner resources and a status avoidance of cheaper or even costless forms of entertainment. With the urban breakdown of compact social groups in smaller communities, the prestige relations become impersonal. In the metropolis, when the job becomes an insecure basis or even a negative one, then the sphere of leisure and appearance become more crucial for status. One does not make much of a showing in the eyes of the large majority of the people whom one meets with, Veblen continued, except by unremitting demonstration of ability to pay. That is practically the only means which the average of us have of impressing our respectability on the many to whom we are personally unknown, but whose transient good opinion we would so gladly enjoy. So it comes about that the appearance of success is very much to be desired, and is even in many cases preferred to the substance. The modern industrial organization of society has practically narrowed the scope of emulation to this one line, and at the same time it has made the means of sustenance and comfort so much easier to obtain as very materially to widen the margin of human exertion that can be devoted to purposes of emulation. Of an 18th century nobility, Dickens could say that dress was the one unfailing talisman and charm used for keeping all things in their places, but in a mass society without a stable system of status, with quick, cheap imitations, dress is often no talisman. The clerk who sees beautifully gowned women in the movies and on the streets may wear imitations if she works hard and, skipping the spiced ham sandwich, has only Cokes for lunch. Her imitations are easily found out, but that is not to say they do not please her. Self-respectability is not the same as self-respect. On the personality markets, emotions become ceremonial gestures by which status is claimed, alienated from the inner feelings they supposedly express. Self-estrangement is thus inherent in the fetishism of appearance. 3. The prestige enjoyed by individual white-collar workers is not continuously fixed by large forces, for their prestige is not continuously the same. Many are involved in status cycles, which, as Tom Harrison has observed, often occur in a sort of rhythmic pattern. These cycles allow people in a lower class and status level to act like persons on higher levels and temporarily to get away with it. During weekdays, the white-collar employee receives a given volume of deference from a given set of people, work associates, friends, family members, and from the transient glimpses of strangers on transport lines and street. But over the weekend, or perhaps a weekend once a month, one can by plan raise oneself to higher status. Clothing changes, the restaurant or type of food eaten changes, the best theater seats are had. One cannot well change one's residence over the weekend, but in the big city one can get away from it, and in the small town one can travel to the nearby city. Expressed claims of status may be raised, and more importantly those among whom one claims status may vary even if these others are other strangers in different locales. And every white-collar girl knows the value of a strict segregation of regular boyfriends, who might drop around the apartment any night of the week, from the special date for whom she always dresses and with whom she always goes out. There may also be a more dramatic yearly status cycle, involving the vacation as its high point. Urban masses look forward to vacations not just for the change, and not only for a rest from work. The meaning behind such phrases is often a lift in successful status claims. For on vacation, one can buy the feeling, even if only for a short time, of higher status. The expensive resort, where one is not known, the swank hotel, even if for 3 days and nights, the cruise first class for a week. Much vacation apparatus is geared to these status cycles. The staffs as well as clientele play act the whole setup as if mutually consenting to be part of the successful illusion. For such experiences once a year, sacrifices are often made in long stretches of gray weekdays. The bright 2 weeks feed the dream life of the dull pull. Psychologically, status cycles provide, for brief periods of time, a holiday image of self, which contrasts sharply with the self-image of everyday reality. They provide a temporary satisfaction of the person's prized image of self, thus permitting him to cling to a false consciousness of his status position. They are among the forces that rationalize and make life more bearable, compensate for economic inferiority by allowing temporary satisfaction of the ambition to consume. Socially, status cycles blur the realities of class and prestige differences by offering respite from them. Talk of the status fluidity of American life often refers merely to status cycles, even though socially these cycles of higher display and holiday gratification do not modify the long-run reality of more fixed positions. Status cycles further the tendency of economic ambition to be fragmented, made trivial, and temporarily satisfied in terms of commodities and their ostentatious display. The whole ebb and flow of saving and spending, of working and consuming, may be geared to them. Like those natives who starve until whales are tossed upon the beach, and then gorge, white-collar workers may suffer long privation of status until the month-end or year-end, and then splurge in an orgy of prestige gratification and consumption. Between the high points of the status cycle and the machinery of amusement there is a coincidence. The holiday image of self derives from both. In the movie, the white-collar girl vicariously plays the roles she thinks she would like to play, cashes in her claims for esteem. At the peak of her status cycle she crudely play-acts the higher levels, as she believes she would like to always. The machinery of amusement and the status cycle sustain the illusionary world in which many white-collar people now live. 12. Success. Success in America has been a widespread fact, an engaging image, a driving motive, and a way of life. In the middle of the 20th century, it has become less widespread as fact, more confused as image, often dubious as motive, and soured as a way of life. No other domestic change is so pivotal for the tang and feel of society in America, or more ambiguous for the inner life of the individual, and none has been so intricately involved in the transformation of the old into the new middle classes. Other strata have certainly been affected, but the middle classes have been most grievously modified by the newer meanings of success and the increased chances of failure. To understand the meaning of this shift, we must understand the major patterns of American success and the ideologies characteristic of each of them, the changing role of the educational system as an occupational elevator, and the long-run forces, as well as the effects of the slump war-boom cycle, which lift or lower the rate of upward movement. 1. Patterns and ideologies. During booms, success for the American individual has seemed as sure as social progress, and just as surely to rest on and to exemplify personal virtue. The American gospel of success has been a kind of individual specification of the middle-class gospel of progress. In the big, self-made men, rising after the Civil War, progress seemed to pervade the whole society. The ambitious springs of success were unambiguous, its money target clear and visible, and its paths, if rugged, well marked out. There was a sure-footedness about the way middle-class men went about their lives. The idea of the successful individual was linked with the liberal ideology of expanding capitalism. Liberal sociology, assuming a gradation of ranks in which everyone is rewarded according to his ability and effort, has paid less attention to the fate of groups or classes than to the solitary individual, naked of all save personal merit. The entrepreneur, making his way across the open market, most clearly displayed success in these terms. The way up, according to the classic style of liberalism, was to establish a small enterprise and to expand it by competition with other enterprises. The worker became a foreman and then an industrialist, the clerk became a bookkeeper or a drummer and then a merchant on his own. The farmer's son took up land in his own right and, long before his old age, came into profits and independence. The competition and effort involved in these ways up formed the cradle of a self-reliant personality and the guarantee of economic and political democracy itself. Success was bound up with the expansible possession rather than the forward-looking job. It was with reference to property that young men were spoken of as having great or small expectations. Yet in this image success rested less on inheritances than on new beginnings from the bottom, for, it was thought, business long ago ceased to be a matter of inheritance, and became the property of brains and persistence. According to the old entrepreneur's ideology, success is always linked with the sober personal virtues of willpower and thrift, habits of order, neatness, and the constitutional inability to say yes to the easy road. These virtues are at once a condition and a sign of success. Without them, success is not possible; with them, all is possible. And, as is clear from the legends of their lives, all successful men have practiced these virtues with great, driving will, for the temple of fortune is accessible only by a steep, rugged, and difficult path, up which you must drag yourself. The man bent on success will be upright, exactly punctual, and high-minded. He will soberly refrain from liquor, tobacco, gambling, and loose women. Laughter, when it is too hearty, weakens the power of mind. Avoid it. He will never be in a hurry, will always carefully finish up each separate undertaking, and so keep everything under control. He will know that method makes time, and will promptly improve small opportunities by diligent attention to detail. He will gain an ease and confidence of endeavor, for self-reliance in all things will ensure a moral presence of mind. Also, a man's self-respect, and the respect of his wife and children for him and themselves, will increase continually as his savings augment. To honesty, he will add a great degree of caution and prudence. Then honesty, besides being rewarded in the hereafter, will here and now be the surest way to worldly thrift and prosperity. He will come to understand that religion and business are both right and may essentially serve each other, that religion is a mighty ally of economy. Vices cost more than virtues. Many a young smoker burns up in advance a $50,000 business, and more broadly, that religion fortifies the integrity which is a man's best reserve stock. This inspirational ideology does not often concern itself with the impersonal structure of opportunity, the limits the economy sets to the practice of personal virtues, and when it does, personal virtues still win through, the men who are made by circumstances are unmade by trifling misfortunes, while they who conquer circumstances snap their fingers at luck. Yet in relating the detailed means of success, this literature also reveals a good deal about its social conditions. It seems to have been directed to rural and small-town boys. If city boys have better education, country boys have greater physical and moral preeminence. In providing instruction in Polish, it indicates in detail how the rural bumpkin must conduct himself in country town and larger city to avoid being laughed at by city slickers. The aspiring boy is cautioned never to be boisterous nor have free and easy manners. The manners of a gentleman are a sure passport to success. The city, in this literature, is imagined as a goal, but more importantly, there is a Jeffersonian warning about the evils of the city and the practical admonition that businessmen are not accidental outcroppings from the great army of smooth-haired nice young clerks who would rather starve in the city than be independent in the country. Occupationally, the legendary road runs from clerk and then bookkeeper in the country retail store, then to drummer or traveling salesman, and finally, to business for oneself, usually as a merchant. He who seeks for the merchant of the future will find him in the clerk of today, but the intermediate step is very important and much desired. To the clerk, the drummer is a source of advice about promising locations and opportunities for new stores. The drummer can inspect opportunities for himself and learn about a wide variety of commodity lines. He also learns to judge others quickly and shrewdly so that in making a statement he could follow in his hearer's mind its effects, and be prepared to stop or to go on at the right moment. In fact, all that goes towards making a man a good merchant is needed on the road by a traveling salesman. The legendary fork in the road is often a business career versus farm life or life in a factory. But whatever its occupational content, it is identified with a moral choice, keeping on the right side versus being lost. He who fails, who remains a clerk, is lost, destroyed, ruined. That end can be met by going either too slow or too fast, and the easy success of a few prominent men should not dazzle other men to destruction. The entrepreneurial pattern of success and its inspirational ideology rested upon an economy of many small proprietorships. Under a centralized enterprise system, the pattern of success becomes a pattern of the climb within and between prearranged hierarchies. Whatever the level of opportunity may be, the way up does not now typically include the acquisition of independent property. Only those who already have property can now achieve success based upon it. The shift from a liberal capitalism of small properties to a corporate system of monopoly capitalism is the basis for the shift in the path and in the content of success. In the older pattern, the white-collar job was merely one step on the grand road to independent entrepreneurship. In the new pattern, the white-collar way involves promotions within a bureaucratic hierarchy. When only 1/5 of the population are free enterprisers, and not that many securely so, independent entrepreneurship cannot very well be the major end of individual economic life. The inspirational literature of entrepreneurial success has been an assurance for the individual and an apology for the system. Now it is more apologetic, less assuring. For some 3/4 of the urban middle class, the salaried employees, the occupational climb replaces heroic tactics in the open competitive market. Although salaried employees may compete with one another, their field of competition is so hedged in by bureaucratic regulation that their competition is likely to be seen as grubbing and backbiting. The main chance now becomes a series of small calculations, stretched over the working lifetime of the individual. A bureaucracy is no testing field for heroes. The success literature has shifted with the success pattern. It is still focused upon personal virtues, but they are not the sober virtues once imputed to successful entrepreneurs. Now the stress is on agility rather than ability, on getting along in a context of associates, superiors, and rules, rather than getting ahead across an open market, on who you know rather than what you know, on techniques of self-display and the generalized knack of handling people, rather than on moral integrity, substantive accomplishments, and solidity of person, on loyalty to, or even identity with, one's own firm, rather than entrepreneurial virtuosity. The best bet is the style of the efficient executive, rather than the drive of the entrepreneur. Circumstances, personality, temperament, accident, as well as hard work and patience, now appear as key factors governing success or failure. One should strive for experience and responsibility within one's chosen field, with little or no thought of money. Special skills and executive ability, preferably native, are the ways up from routine work. But the most important single factor is personality, which commands attention by charm, force of character, or demeanor. Accomplishment without personality is unfortunate. Personality without industry is undesirable. To be courteous will help you to get ahead. You will have much more fun. Will be much less fatigued at night. Will be more popular, have more friends. So, train yourself to smile. Express physical and mental alertness. Radiate self-confidence. Smile often and sincerely. Everything you say, everything you do, creates impressions upon other people. From the cradle to the grave, you've got to get along with other people. Use sound sales principles and you'll do better in selling your merchandise, your ideas, and yourself. The prime meaning of opportunity in a society of employees is to serve the big firm beyond the line of a job's duty and hence to bring oneself to the attention of the higher ups who control upward movement. This entails dependability and enthusiasm in handling the little job in a big way. Character includes innate loyalty in little things and enthusiastic interest in the job at hand. In a word, thoroughly dependable and generally with an optimistic, helpful attitude. Getting ahead becomes a continual selling job. Whether you are seeking a new position or are aiming at the job just ahead. In either case you must sell yourself and keep on selling. You have a product and that product is yourself. The skillful personal maneuver and the politic approach in inter-organizational contacts, the planful impressing of the business superior become a kind of Machiavellism for the little man, a turning of oneself into an instrument by which to use others for the end of success. Become genuinely interested in other people. Smile. Be a good listener. Talk in terms of the other man's interest. Make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. I am talking, says Dale Carnegie, about a new way of life. The heraldry of American success has been the greenback. Even when inspirational writers are most inspirational, the big money is always there. Both entrepreneurial and white-collar patterns involve the remaking of personality for pecuniary ends, but in the entrepreneurial pattern money success involved the acquisition of virtues good in themselves. The money is always to be used for good works, for virtue, and good works justify riches. In the white-collar pattern, there is no such moral sanctifying of the means of success. One is merely prodded to become an instrument of success, to acquire tactics not virtues. Money success is assumed to be an obviously good thing for which no sacrifice is too great. The entrepreneurial and white-collar ways of success, although emerging in historical sequence, are not clear-cut phases through which American aspiration and endeavor have passed. They now coexist, and each has varying relevance in different economic areas and phases of the economic cycle. Each has also come up against its own kinds of difficulty, which limit its use as a prod to striving. In a society of employees in large-scale enterprises, only a limited number can attempt to follow the entrepreneurial pattern. In a society that has turned itself into a great sales room, the salesman's ways of success are likely to be severely competitive, and, at the same time, rationalized out of existence. In a society in which the educational level of the lower ranks is constantly rising and jobs are continually rationalized, the white-collar route to the top is likely to come up against competition it never knew in more educationally restricted situations. To the educational elevator. The American belief in the value of universal education has been a salient feature of democratic ideology. In fact, since the Jacksonian era, education for all has often been virtually identified with the operation of a truly democratic society. Moreover, the hope for more education has slowly been realized. 80 years ago a little over half, but today over 4/5 of the children of appropriate age are enrolled in public elementary and secondary schools. This massive rise in enrollment has strengthened the feeling of status equality, especially in those smaller oides where all the children, regardless of social or occupational rank, are likely to attend the same high school. It has aided immensely in Americanizing the immigrant. And it has spread and generally strengthened old middle-class ideologies, for teachers represent and reinforce middle-class attitudes and values, manners, and skills. Yet, in spite of this reinforcing of old middle-class mores, mass education has also been one of the major social mechanisms of the rise of the new middle-class occupations, for these occupations require those skills that have been provided by the educational system. In performing these functions, especially the last, American education has shifted toward a more explicit vocational emphasis, functioning as a link in occupational mobility between generations. High schools, as well as colleges and universities, have been reshaped for the personnel needs of business and government. In their desire for serviceable practicality, the schools have adapted themselves to changing demands, and the public has seemed glad to have its children trained for the available jobs. The most fundamental question to ask of any educational system is what kind of a product do its administrators expect to turn out? And for what kind of society? In the 19th century, the answer was the good citizen in a democratic republic. In the middle of the 20th century, it is the successful man in a society of specialists with secure jobs. In the world of small entrepreneurs, little or no educational preparation was needed for success, much less to get along. One was stubborn, or courageous, had common sense and worked hard. Education may have been viewed as a main road to social equality and political freedom, and as a help in meeting opportunity so that ability and talent might be appropriately rewarded. But education was not the big avenue of economic advancement for the masses of the populace. In the new society, the meaning of education has shifted from status and political spheres to economic and occupational areas. In the white-collar life and its patterns of success, the educational segment of the individual's career becomes a key to his entire occupational fate. Formal requirements for entry into different jobs and expectations of ascent tend to become fixed by educational levels. On the higher levels, college is the cradle of the professions and semi-professions, as well as a necessary status mark for higher positions. As the virtues and talents of the entrepreneur are replaced by the skills and prestige of the educated expert, formal education becomes central to social and economic success. Sons who are better educated than their fathers are more likely to occupy higher occupational positions. In one sample of urban males, studied by Richard Centers, some 46% of the sons who were better educated than their fathers reached higher positions, whereas only 16% of those whose education was poorer did. The educational link was specifically important in the U.S. Army during World War II, 64% of the officers, but only 11% of the enlisted men, had been to college. The aim of college men today, especially in elite colleges, is a forward-looking job in a large corporation. Such a job involves training not only in vocational skills, but also in social mannerisms. Harold Taylor, president of Sarah Lawrence, writes, "The ideal graduate in the present employment market of industrial executives is a fraternity man with a declared disinterest in political or social affairs, Gentile, white, a member of the football team, a student with a record of A in each course, a man popular with everyone and well known on the campus, with many memberships in social clubs, a man who can be imagined in 20 years as a subject for a Calvert advertisement." The large successful universities have confirmed this stereotype by the plans they make for the campus social life of the students and by the value system implicit in its organization. Even the liberal arts colleges seem bent upon becoming training schools for conservative industrial executives. Although the middle-class monopoly on high school education has been broken, equality of educational opportunity has not been reached. Many young people are unable to complete their secondary school education because of economic restrictions. Generally speaking, Walter Kochnig concludes, the children of large families in the lowest income brackets have little chance of graduating from high school. They have to leave school early to help their families. Most of them will never be anything but poorly paid unskilled workers for the simple reason that education has become the main avenue to economic and social success. The situation on the college level is even worse. The most careful study available reveals that in many cases the father's income rather than the boy's brains determines who shall be college trained. The parents' class position is also reflected in the type of curriculum taken. Students of law, medicine, or liberal arts generally come from families having twice the yearly income of students in nursing, teaching, or commercial work. Of the 580 boys and girls in 1,000 who reach the third year of high school, Lloyd Warner and his associates write, about half are taking a course which leads to college. 150 enter college, and 70 graduate. These are average figures for the country as a whole. An average of some 200 out of every 1,000 young people fail to achieve the goal toward which they started in high school. The major occupational shift in college education has been from old middle-class parents to new middle-class children. The major shift via high school education has been from skilled worker parents to new middle-class children. Colleges and universities have been social elevators carrying the children of small businessmen and farmers to the lower order of the professions. At the University of Chicago, for example, between 1893 and 1931, about 4 out of 10 of the fathers of graduates, bachelor degrees, were in business, commercial, or proprietary occupations. Only about 1/4 of these fathers were in professional service, but 62% of the sons and 73% of the daughters entered such service. Mobility between generations probably increases from old to new middle classes during depressions, as, especially in the upper middle brackets, parents seek to secure their children from the effects of the market. Rather than carry on his father's business, many a boy has been trained, at his parents' sacrifice, to help man some unit of the big business system that has destroyed his father's business. As the old middle classes have come to be distressed and insecure about their small propertied existence, they have become uneasy about their ability to get their children into positions equal to or better than their own. At the same time, wage workers have aspired to have their children attain higher levels. Both classes have emphatically demanded educational opportunity and both have sacrificed in order to give children better, more, education. 35 years ago John Corbin cried in the name of the educated white-collar people that education was as much a contribution to the nation's wealth as property, that education was the white-collar employee's capital, the major basis of his claim to prestige, and the means by which he should close up his ranks. Yet, as a type of capital, education carries a limitation that farms and businesses do not. Its exercise is dependent upon those who control and manage jobs. Today, according to a Fortune survey, the idea of going into business for oneself is so seldom expressed among college graduates as to seem an anachronism. On the one hand, there is a demand for equal educational opportunities for all, which once unambiguously meant better and more secure positions for all. On the other hand, there are now strong tendencies, which in all probability will continue, for the educational requirements of many white-collar positions to decline, and, moreover, for the competition for even these positions to increase. As a result, the belief in universal education as a sacrosanct fetish has come to be questioned. This questioning, which began about the time of World War I, became more widespread during the 30s and came to sharp focus after World War II, represents, in Perry Miller's phrase, the dislocation in a basic tradition. Democratic ideologists now point out that almost 80% of fifth-grade students, who are mentally capable of college education, never reach college, so millions of citizens, according to E. J. McGrath, U.S. Commissioner of Education, go through life functioning below the level of their potential. This is undoubtedly true, but statisticians, occupational forecasters, and an increasing number of educational officials raise the question whether or not the occupational structure can possibly provide the jobs that are expected by college graduates. During the last half-century, college graduates, increasing 4 times as much as the general population, were involved in the expansion of higher white-collar occupations. So education paid off. 10 years ago, college graduates earned 1/3 more than the U.S. average. Today, however, college graduates earn only 1/10 more than the U.S. average, and, according to an informed prediction by Seymour E. Harris, in 20 years it won't pay to be educated. By then, instead of 3 million living college graduates as in 1930, there will be between 10 and 14 million. In order to meet their expectations, the professions would have to absorb between 8 and 11 million of them, yet between 1910 and 1940 professions expanded less than 2 million. There are warning cries among educational ideologists, recalling the contributions made by disappointed intellectuals to the rise of fascism in Europe, and there are maneuvers and proclamations among school officials which reflect shifts in the role of education in the American success story. Chancellor William J. Wallen of the New York State Board of Regents has decried higher education for all, declaring that the country might produce surplus graduates who, embittered with their frustration, would turn upon society and the government, more effective and better armed in their destructive wrath by the education we have given them. Equality of opportunity, Harvard President Conant has recently said, is one of the cardinal principles of this country. Yet at the same time, no young man or woman should be encouraged or enticed into taking the kinds of advanced educational training which are going to lead to a frustrated economic life. For a large majority of young Americans, a 4-year college education was not only needlessly expensive, but socially undesirable. One of the most popular solutions now being proposed is the establishment of several educational ladders, each reaching to different levels of the occupational hierarchy. Such ideas are now rather widely, although informally, being put into practice in U.S. high schools. The principal of one high school says, "This educational system is a terrific waste of money and time to the city, since so few people can by any chance become members of the white-collar class and so many must follow some vocational line. It is surprising how many people in 8C want the prestige of a white-collar job. So I point out how poor the pay is and endeavor to point out how hard it is to fit oneself for such a job and to make a success of it. The majority of them are unfit for any such work. I am giving all the groups A, B, and C a talking to, explaining the disadvantages of the white-collar job to all of them. There is clear evidence," comments sociologist Lloyd Warner, who gathered these quotations, "that our educational system is now permitting too many to use high school and college for the purpose of attaining unavailable professional and managerial positions, with resultant failure and frustration and loss of social solidarity. Education will work as a means of success only so long as the occupational needs of a society continue to demand education. The recognition that they might not has led to the idea, in Kochnig's words, of giving the masses of young people a general and special education in keeping with their abilities, while preparing leaders for the several elites, thus breaking down the one-sided emphasis on the intellectual careers. Confronted with such ideas, progressive educational theorists add to them the assumption that tests, measurements, placement services, and vocational guidance can at early ages select those who should go on, via education, to higher positions and those who should terminate their education, and hence their occupational chances, at lower levels. We have thus come a long way from the simple faith in equal educational opportunity as part of the American pattern of success. First, with education a highly specialized channel for elites with high-class chances, the major avenues of advancement do not involve education. Independent men, who are making themselves, compete on the open market and find their own levels. Second, with the democratization of education as political demand and economic need, the occupational structures require literacy and some skills, and bring about a period of success via education. The single ladder is not questioned. The ideology of equal opportunity means that all top positions are competed for by all those with the ability to climb the educational ladder. Third, almost all occupational mobility requires education, but as supply exceeds demand, education is stratified bureaucratically, by sorting out the young through tests and measurements. There are increased tendencies to manage the education occupation structure and steer it, and magical notions of the environment are given up. As demand for educated people falls behind supply, as educated occupations are divided and rationalized, as enrollments continue to rise, the income and prestige differences between the more educated and the less educated masses decrease. Among those who are not allowed to use the educated skills they have acquired, boredom increases, hope for success collapses into disappointment, and the sacrifices that don't pay off lead to disillusionment. 3. Origins and mobilities. In both entrepreneurial and white-collar patterns of success, movement upward has been subject to rather severe counter-tendencies during the course of the 20th century. No one knows precisely whether the rate of upward mobility, the proportion of people who rise from one occupational level to another, has remained constant, declined, or gone up. That rate, however, depends upon a set of factors that at any given time determine the chances of those on each level to rise, fall, or hold their own. In the past, certain well-known trends supported upward mobility in the entrepreneurial pattern. The most obvious of these were the total economic expansion of a society of decentralized property, the physical spread of markets and the rise in volumes of production, the industrialization, which rested upon a private exploitation of unexampled natural resources in a steadily rising market. In short, the American 19th century, when the entrepreneurial pattern of success seemed almost automatic. By the 90s, however, and increasingly during the 20th century, the centralization of property worked to decrease the chances of those lower on the scale to rise to entrepreneurship, to retain and to expand their holdings. Resources were less accessible to men of small means, access to the higher capital requirements of enterprise more difficult, many markets were monopolized, and as a national whole the market began to have a lower rate of increase, as birth rates and immigration dropped. Yet, even as the entrepreneurial was declining as a mass way of success, the white-collar pattern was opening up. What happened between the 90s and the middle 30s is easy to understand from a few general figures. The chance to rise is, of course, affected by the ratio of upper positions to lower aspirants. The wage worker strata level off and the white-collar strata expand, so the chance to rise from wage worker to white-collar standing increases. Between 1870 and 1930, Eldridge Sibley has calculated, an average of about 150,000 workers and farmers per year ascended into white-collar ranks. But the entrepreneurial stratum declined sharply as a proportion of the total at work. Therefore, we may suppose white-collar employees to have been recruited from both old middle-class and wage workers. Of course, we can never know the intricate individual patterns of job shifting within and between the last 2 or 3 American generations that have resulted in the present division of occupations. We have only fragmentary snapshots, most of them recent, of the occupational distances sons and daughters have moved from the stations of their fathers. Most of the white-collar workers of the present generation, the office workers and salespeople, seem to be rather evenly split in origin between old middle classes and wage worker strata. About 4 out of 10 have fathers who were free enterprisers, and another 4, urban wage workers. Over the past 3 generations, lower white-collar workers have probably shifted in origin to include greater proportions of wage worker children. The new middle class itself has expanded so recently that only a small proportion of the present white-collar generation could be expected to be of white-collar origin. The higher white-collar people, salaried professionals, and managerial employees, are less likely to derive from wage workers and more likely to come from higher levels, or from their own ranks. As white-collar strata have expanded, they have fallen into line with the overall historical pattern of occupational structure. The upper strata became more rigid in the presence of upward mobility among the middle and lower. In fact, the rise of white-collar occupations has allowed for the historical continuance of American mobility. For while the rise of men from wage worker origins into top business positions was definitely curtailed by the beginning of the 20th century, The formation of new white-collar hierarchies allowed for the upward mobility of the wage workers to continue. Even as the new replaces the old middle class, the top levels of each are being replaced from among its own strata. Over one-third of the business, managerial, and professional people today derive from the same occupational categories. This rigidity may be stronger than appears from tables of the origin of the present labor force, for the statistical snapshot only catches the daughter of a big businessman as an office worker. It does not show her as a young girl in a middle or small-sized city, working as the secretary or receptionist to a friend of her father, leaving in a year to marry the rising manager of one of the town's largest corporations, quite different from the carpenter's daughter clerking in the bargain basement of the town's department store, glancing up at the floor walker who passes twice each day. Yet upward mobility is still prevalent today among the sons of wage workers who move into white-collar or business positions. Probably about one-third of today's small businessmen are sons of wage earners. Upward mobility between generations has often been accounted for by the low fertility rate of higher social classes. This difference in fertility is due largely to the later age of marriage, and the greater use and effectiveness of birth control measures among higher income groups. Now, with rising standards of living and broader access to methods of birth control, it is an open question how long upward mobility based on differing fertility rates can continue. Also, with the importance of the educational link in the pattern of success, the father's position is crucial to the child's. And when, as we have seen, the educational link becomes insecure, a consciousness of something wrong in middle-class life becomes more widespread. Within the individual's lifetime, the chance to rise has been affected by the shape-up of white-collar jobs. Their concentration into larger units and their specialization have made for many blind alleys, lessened the opportunity to learn about other departments, or the business as a whole. The rationalization of white-collar work means that as the number of replaceable positions expands more than the number of higher positions, the chances of climbing decrease. Also, as higher positions become more technical, they are often more likely to be filled by people from outside the hierarchy. So the ideology of promotion, the expectation of a step-by-step ascent, no longer seems a sure thing. As many as 80% of one large sample of clerical workers, reported the War Manpower Commission, expected no promotion. Yet there is one fact-heavy turnover at the bottom which still allows ascent within many large white-collar hierarchies. The personnel manager of one insurance company, employing some 14,000 clerks, says, "To tell you the truth, our turnover is just about as I like it." Turnover, of course, is relative to the times and to what goes on in other companies. But our file clerks, which is the lowest level of clerical work, well, you couldn't find one here who had worked more than a year at that job. We get them right from high school. The young girl is what we want, and in a year they are either promoted or they have gone away. On the other hand, you can't find any secretaries who have been here only 2 or 3 years, all those better jobs are held by people who are 6 to 8 years here. Most of those who stick rise, a fact made possible by the heavy turnover at the bottom. The proportion of higher positions to those who compete for them is relatively favorable for advancement. If anyone is to rise into the white-collar ranks, it must be from wage worker levels. What, then, are the chances for the wage worker to rise to white-collar status? Suppose we consider an unskilled worker making about $500 a year in a slump, who loses his paltry job, can't find other work, and goes on relief. There were many in this situation. In the middle 30s, at least one-third of the unskilled were out of work. The chances that this man will become ill are 57% or greater than those of a higher white-collar man making $3,000 a year. Moreover, according to the National Health Survey, his illness will last about 63% or longer. If the white-collar man did become ill, he would get 46% or more medical attention than the unskilled worker. Suppose this worker gets his old job back or another comparable one, and his wife has a child. Robert Woodbury has calculated that there are almost 3 times as many chances that this child will die before he is 1 year old than is the case for a white-collar man making only a little better than $1,250 a year. But if the worker's child does live, and the worker remains an unskilled laborer, what are the child's chances to rise? Many working-class parents want their children to rise above manual labor, but few know anything about the variety of jobs in higher spheres or the preparation required for them. The child himself usually has few convictions about the value of school, which to him is merely something he must pass through before he grows up. He also needs more spending money than his parents can give him. His chance to rise out of manual labor is in fact very slim if he does not at least finish high school, but he doesn't know that or think much about it. The son of an unskilled laborer has 6 chances in 100 of ever getting into a college. The son of a professional man has better than a 50-50 chance. But only 10% of the whole adult population in 1940 had gone to college. What is the chance of the worker's son to get above the 8th grade? During the 30s it was less than 14 out of 100. The wage worker's children leave school because of the financial need of the family, because they finish high school or trade school, or because they simply dislike school. Probably half have no specific occupational plan or ambition, nor do many parents' aspirations go beyond the vague desire to see the children get ahead or get as much schooling as possible. They usually find out about their first job by random applications at workplaces or through acquaintances and relatives. The only thing they are likely to know about these jobs before beginning work is the starting wage, and the majority of jobs, perhaps 2/3, are blind alleys. When that first job ends, or the workers quit, they are simply on the market again, with lower chances of obtaining an education and hence lower chances of getting a better job. In San Jose, California, the unskilled worker's son, in 58 cases out of 100, will become an unskilled or a semi-skilled laborer. Most workers probably leave one job before they have a new one lined up, and they do not have the opportunity to compare jobs, but only the choice at any given time of accepting this job or of waiting to see if a better one turns up. The wage worker gets married early, so he must earn, and cannot think seriously of training for skilled work during the first crucial years of his occupational life. By the time he is 25, the orbit in which he will move for the rest of his life is firmly established. He is interested in an agreeable life on the job as well as the money earned. Moreover, his judgment of his income is made in a frame of comparison with the wages of other workers around him. The status value of the work is in his mind when he considers his income, but the money becomes more important as he acquires more dependent children. He comes to understand that the good job is scarce and he develops a technique for hunting such jobs by depending on his friends for tips. To him, a change of jobs does not mean a job advancement, as it probably does to more secure middle-class people. It is as likely to mean the personal disaster of layoff or unemployment. Roughly 1/3 of the wage workers prefer to remain in their present jobs, as many as 1/4 want and expect to move up in their present hierarchy. Others who would like to move up, don't expect to, they see no vacancies in sight, believe they lack the necessary competence, or feel themselves too old. In their daydreams about the kind of work they would really like, workers are concerned about the variety of work, the using of skills, and contact with other people. As many want white-collar jobs as want skilled labor, less than a fifth have in mind small businesses. We have already seen what is likely to happen to the 0.2% of the adult population who try to start small businesses and be their own bosses, and we know that farming is now an economically overcrowded business. Both are risky dreams, which now affect only small portions of the population. Workers do not aim at the foreman's job, supposedly their classic ambition. They often believe that gaining such a job would upset their friendly relations with other workers. If you're a foreman, you've got to get so much work out of men. If you know a man is holding out, you've got to push him along. When you do that, that makes you a no good guy with the other men. The supervisors have no friends. Others don't aspire to a foreman position because it would entail too much responsibility, or wouldn't offer enough job interest. Foremen today aren't what they used to be 40 years ago. The ladder for workmen today is not the lower end of one general ladder leading to white-collar levels, it is a shortened ladder that does not extend above the wage worker level. But that does not mean that working men act and feel as their inability to follow the precepts of getting ahead might lead the academic and inexperienced to expect. The wage worker comes to limit his aspirations, and to make them more specific, to get more money for this job, to have the union change this detail or that condition, to change shifts next week. In the meantime, hope of high rates of upward mobility must be largely confined to those who begin above the wage worker level. For hard times. Some of the factors that make for upward mobility or for its decline are long run, but many are geared to the ups and downs of the economic cycle. The old ideology of success assumed that the structure of opportunity was always expanding, the heights to be gained and the chances of gaining them seemed to increase from one generation to the next and within the lifetime of a man. Moreover, these opportunities were not felt to be threatened by cyclical ups and downs. Virtually everyone could feel lifted upward, both in income and status, because real income generally rose, and because each new immigrant group coming in at the bottom lifted the prestige and jobs of many who had arrived before them. The new ideology of success assumes that the structure of opportunity waxes and wanes within a slump war boom economy. Depressions have left heavy traces, noticeable even during war and boom when opportunities to rise become more available. The shift from an economy behaving according to a theory of linear progress to an economy behaving according to theories of cyclical movement has affected the white-collar strata in two direct economic ways: I, their income levels, especially in relation to those of wage workers, and 2, their security of employment, again in relation to wage workers. In 1890, as we have already noted, the average income of the salaried employee was roughly double that of the average wage worker. From then until the First World War the salaried employee's income steadily climbed, whereas the climb of wage workers' earnings was slowed by the Depression which closed the 19th century and which affected wages until the First World War. Thus, in the early 20th century the salaried employee's advantage over the wage worker was solidly based on economic facts. The white-collar worlds were just beginning to expand, so new and wider employment opportunities were continually being made available to the white-collar employees who held a monopoly on high school education. There were no masses of white-collar workers, who, as a stratum, thus occupied a select educational and occupational position. World War I boosted the incomes of both wage and salary workers, but the wage workers, perhaps being closer to war production, being unionized, and reaping the benefits of overtime pay, had greater increases in income than did salaried employees. By 1920, the gap between wages and salaries had narrowed. Salaried workers in manufacturing were receiving incomes that were only 65% or higher than those of wage workers, compared to the 140% or advantage of 1900. The economic dip of 1921, the lowest year of employment before the 30s, hit wage workers more than salaried employees. Average wages in manufacturing dropped 13%, or salaries dropped less than 0.3%. The favorable employment and income situation of the white-collar workers was still in effect, and the average salaries in manufacturing again rose quickly, by 1924 overtaking their 1920 level. The incomes of wage workers, however, throughout the 20s never regained their 1920 level. Hence, salaried workers gained over wage workers, although their advantage was not so great as in the early 20th century. Between 1929 and 1933, average wages in selected industries dropped 33%, or salaries dropped 20%. The slump hit the wage workers harder than the white-collar employees, the income differences between the two increasing slightly. The salaries that were 82% or higher than wages in 1929 were 118% or higher in 1933. But the threat of slump, the stigma of unemployment, and the anxiety surrounding it definitely invaded the white-collar ranks. And the salary advantage held by the white-collar employees at the peak unemployment did not last. World War II benefited wage workers more than salaried employees, the difference between their average earnings being reduced. But the end of the war, which meant no more overtime in factories, benefited salaried more than wage workers. Figures for 1939 and 1948 are interesting, because they suggest long-term changes affected by the war, but not due to temporary dislocations of wartime conditions. In each of these years, the income of the white-collar mass, the office and salespeople, was lower than that of the skilled urban wage workers. These lower white-collar workers, however, held a margin of advantage over the semi-skilled, although it had definitely decreased. The white-collar income margin over wage workers has become less, and whatever margin they still have as a group will most likely be further decreased in the coming decade. For it is during inflated periods, when salaries seem more rigid than wages, that white-collar leveling is most likely to occur. Historical information on unemployment in the United States is fragmentary, contradictory, and hard to come by, but it seems likely that before the 30s, with the possible exception of 1921, unemployment had involved considerably less than 10% of the total labor force. Employment was at its lowest point in 1933, when 12.8 million workers, or 25% of the labor force, were out of work or on relief. By 1936, 17% of the labor force was still unemployed, and unemployment stayed near this level until the onset of World War II. Then, unemployment declined sharply each year until it hit its wartime low of less than 1% of the labor force in 1944. White-collar employees are no longer as immune to crises of unemployment as they once were, but so far unemployment has been heavier among wage workers. In 1930 probably 4% of the new middle class were unemployed, compared with over 10% of the skilled and semi-skilled and about 13% of the urban unskilled workers. These figures reveal only the beginnings of the slump. By 1937 the worst was over, but in that year about 11% of the office and salespeople were out of work or on public emergency work, compared with from 16 to 27% of the urban wage workers. So the white-collar margin of job security was probably narrowed during the 10 years before World War II. Yet, historically, white-collar employees have been more protected than wage workers from unemployment. In large part this may be due to the special character of white-collar work. The volume of paperwork doesn't shrink automatically when production falls off, the editors of Business Week observe. Sometimes it even increases because the company puts on more selling pressure to round up new orders. Nevertheless, many of the factors that have protected the white-collar workers are probably weakening in force. During the 30s white-collar offices and sales rooms were less mechanized than now. As offices have been enlarged, they have become an increased cost of the business enterprise. In future depressions, therefore, the incentive to cut down office costs by increased mechanization and white-collar layoffs will be greater than in the past. Furthermore, many white-collar jobs have required more training than they do now, and employers have been reluctant to let trained personnel go. In the future, however, as more white-collar jobs are routinized, and the people in them are more easily replaceable, this reluctance will be minimized. The general educational requirements for white-collar work are also becoming more widely available. Thus there are more people available to perform easier tasks, and the possibility of unemployment increases. Present conditions within the white-collar world, continuing and emphasizing the historical trend, thus point to a lesser margin of employment security between wage workers and white-collar employees. 5. The tarnished image. In the last 20 years, a new style in inspirational literature, relevant to a new style of aspiration, has risen in the United States. This literature does not provide its large readership with techniques for cultivating the old middle-class virtues, nor the techniques for selling oneself, although, like other inspirational material, it is concerned with the individual rather than society. It emphasizes peace of mind and various physical and spiritual ways of relaxation, rather than internal frenzy in the service of external and known ambitions. As a literature of resignation, it strives to control goals and ways of life by lowering the level of ambition, and by replacing the older goals with more satisfying internal goals. This is accomplished, negatively, by tarnishing the old images of success. In The Hucksters, The Gilded Hearse, Death of a Salesman, The Big Will, the externally successful are portrayed as internal failures, as obnoxious, guilt-ridden, ulcerated people of uneasy conscience, at war with all the peaceful virtues of the old life and, above all, miserably at war with their tormented selves. I tried to tell myself to snap out of it, says a James M. Cain hero, in The Moth, that I had everything I had ever wanted, a dream job, big dough, the respect of the business I was in. I had a car, a Packard that just floated. I had an apartment looking right over the ocean. I had a woman with every kind of looks there was. And yet, if it was what I had been thirsty for, it never came clear, really to quench thirst, but had bubbles in it, like champagne. I felt like life was nothing but one long string of Christmas afternoons. I felt big and cruel and cold, a thick, heavy-shouldered bunch of whatever it takes to be success. Positively, the new literature of inspiration holds out internal virtues, in line with a relaxed consumer's life rather than a tense producer's. It is the spiritual value, even of material poverty, available to everyone, which a Reader's Digest or a Peace of Mind philosophy exemplifies. These are not the old sober virtues of thrift and industry, nor the drive and style of the displayed personality, nor the educated skills of the bureaucratic professions. These are virtues which go with resignation, and the literature of resignation justifies the lowering of ambition and the slackening of the old frenzy. If men are responsible for their success, they are also responsible for their failure. If success is an individual specification of social progress, failure is an individual specification of declining opportunities. But regardless of its true source, failure in the literature of success is seen as willful, is imputed to the individual, and is often internalized by him as guilt, as a competitive dissatisfaction. The imperative to keep trying, not to slacken off, results in anxiety. But in the literature of resignation, such anxieties are relieved, not by an external success which is considered to lead to personal unhappiness, but by an internalization of the goals of success themselves. We write successful stories about unsuccessful people, says soap opera producer Frank Hummert. This means that our characters are simply unsuccessful in the material things of life, but highly successful spiritually. The literature of the peace of the inner man fits in with the alienating process that has shifted men from a focus upon production to a focus upon consumption. The old success models indicated the opportunities open to everyone, were intended to prompt the will to action, and paid attention to all sorts of personal means to their end. If they held out the end image of acres of diamonds, they also made those acres seem a natural result of hard, productive work, or, later, of guileful tricks, at any rate, of something the individual could do or some change he could make in himself. But now, as the ambition of many people solidifies into the unreasoning conscientiousness of the good employee or becomes lost in consumer dreams, ambition is often displayed in movies and novels as a drive polluting men and leading them to bad choices. Success entails cash, clothes, cars, and lush women with couch voices, but it also inevitably means a loss of integrity and, in the extreme, insanity. For there is a furor about the ambitious man, the man dead bent on success. Increasingly we are shown the successful ending up broken, in at least some internal way. Success is the dead end of an easy street. And when we are shown the means of success, they are as likely to be frankly miraculous as the result of personal effort or sacrifice, as likely to be due to a magical stroke of luck, which suddenly turns the blind alley into an open prairie, as to personal virtue or intelligence. Just as the lucky stroke magically bolsters hope in an increasingly limited structure of opportunity, so the idea of the bad break softens feelings of individual failure. Life as a game, as a sort of lottery brotherhood out of which the main chance will come, these correspond to the tightening up of stratification and the increased difficulty of climbing up the ladder for those born under the lower rungs. Success for many has become an accidental and irrational event, and as a goal has become so dazzling that the individual is absorbed in contemplating it, enjoying it vicariously. The distance between what an average individual may do and the forces and powers that determine his life and death has become so unbridgeable that identification with normalcy, even with Philistine boredom, becomes a readily grasped empire of refuge and escape, observes Leo Lowenthal. It is some comfort for the little man who has become expelled from the Horatio Alger dream, who despairs of penetrating the thicket of grand strategy in politics and business, to see his heroes as a lot of guys who like or dislike highballs, cigarettes, tomato juice, golf, and social gatherings just like himself. He knows how to converse in the sphere of consumption, and here he can make no mistakes. Before capitalism, men found their occupational level by tradition and inheritance. Jobs were passed on from father to son, by means of caste rank, or, as in feudalism or peasant societies, each man did nearly identical work. Under liberal capitalism, men found their places in the division of labor by competing on an open market. They put their skills and efforts on the market, to acquire enterprises or jobs, and there were no formal or traditional bounds to the extent of their rise. Now, the market begins to close, and men to come under restrictions and guidance. Economic rigidities limit ascent, property inheritance, or educational training become necessary to occupational success. Increasingly, there are attempts to guide by test and counsel, and various occupational markets are closed up by professional associations, unions, state licensing systems. The vocational guide studies individuals and jobs, aiming to fit the one into the other. To the extent that he succeeds, vocational choice rests upon his studies and consequent advice, rather than upon the random wishes or uninformed desires of the individual. Where ambition and initiative are stressed and yet so many people must work below their capacities, the problem of frustration becomes very large. For the goals to which men aspire can be reached by only a few. Educators and those who run educational institutions become concerned. They must help children to construct valid ambitions, they must put the brakes on ambition, regulate the plans of youth in accordance with what is possible within the present society, practice a more careful, a more centralized management of ambition. There is a curious contradiction about the ethos of success in America today. On the one hand, there are still compulsions to struggle, to amount to something; on the other, there is a poverty of desire, a souring of the image of success. The literature of resignation, of the peace of the inner man, fits in with all those institutional changes involving the goal of security and collective ways of achieving it. As insecurities become widespread and their sources beyond the individual's control, as they become collective insecurities, the population has groped for collective means of regaining individual security. The most dramatic means has been the labor union, but demands on government have resulted in social security, and increasingly the government intervenes to shape the structure of opportunity. The governmental pension is clearly of another type of society than the standard American dream. The old end was an independent prosperity, happily surrounded by one's grandchildren. The end now envisioned is a pensionate security independent of one's grandchildren. When men fight for pensions, they assume that security must be guaranteed by group provision. No longer can the $5,000 a year man work 25 years and retire independently on $3,000. Of course, governments have always guaranteed and modified class chances, by the laws of property, by land policies and tariffs, but now the tendency of New Deals and welfare states is to modify the class chances of lower groups upward, and of higher groups downward, by minimum wage laws, graduated income tax, social security, and, except during wars, to guarantee minimum life chances, regardless of class level. Thus do governments intervene to keep men more equal. 4. 13. The new middle class, 2. Ever since the new middle class began numerically to displace the old, its political role has been an object of query and debate. The political question has been closely linked with another, that of the position of new middle class occupations in modern stratification. This linkage of politics and stratification was all the more to be expected inasmuch as the white-collar man as a sociological creature was first discovered by Marxian theoreticians in search of recruits for the proletarian movement. They expected that society would be polarized into class-conscious proletariat and bourgeoisie, that in their general decline the in-between layers would choose one side or the other or at least keep out of the way of the major protagonists. Neither of these expectations, however, had been realized when socialist theoreticians and party bureaucrats began at the opening of the present century to tinker with the classic perspective. In trying to line up the new population into those who could and those who could not be relied upon to support their struggle, party statisticians ran squarely into the numerical upsurge of the white-collar salariat. The rise of these groups as a problem for Marxists signalized a shift from the simple property versus no property dichotomy to differentiations within the no property groups. It focused attention upon occupational structure. Moreover, in examining white-collar groups, along with the persistent small entrepreneurs of farm and city, they came upon the further fact that although the new middle class was propertyless, and the smaller entrepreneurs often suffered economic downgrading, members of these strata did not readily take to the socialist ideology. Their political attachments did not coincide with their economic position, and certainly not with their imminently expected position. They represented a numerical upthrust of falsely conscious people, and they were an obstacle to the scheduled course of the revolution. 1. Theories and difficulties. To relate in detail all the theories that followed upon these discoveries and speculations would be more monotonous than fruitful. The range of theory had been fairly well laid out by the middle 20s, and nothing really new has since been added. Various writers have come upon further detail, some of it crucial, or have variously combined the major positions, some of which have had stronger support than others. But the political directions that can be inferred from the existence of the new middle class may be sorted out into 4 major possibilities. The new middle class, in whole or in some crucial segment, will continue to grow in numbers and in power. In due course it will develop into a politically independent class. Displacing other classes in performance of the pivotal functions required to run modern society, it is slated to be the next ruling class. The accent will be upon the new middle class, the next epoch will be theirs. 2. The new middle classes will continue to grow in numbers and power, and although they will not become a force that will rise to independent power, they will be a major force for stability in the general balance of the different classes. As important elements in the class balance, they will make for the continuance of liberal capitalist society. Their spread checks the creeping proletarianization. They act as a buffer between labor and capital. Taking over certain functions of the old middle class, but having connections with the wage workers, they will be able to cooperate with them too, thus they bridge class contrasts and mitigate class conflicts. They are the balance wheel of class interests, the stabilizers, the social harmonizers. They are intermediaries of the new social solidarity that will put an end to class bickering. That is why they are catered to by any camp or movement that is on its way to electoral power, or, for that matter, attempted revolution. 3. Members of the new middle class, by their social character and political outlook, are really bourgeoisie and they will remain that. This is particularly apparent in the tendency of these groups to become status groups rather than mere economic classes. They will form, as in Nazi Germany, prime human materials for conservative, for reactionary, and even for fascist movements. They are natural allies and shock troops of the larger capitalist drive. 4. The new middle class will follow the classic Marxian scheme. In due course, it will become homogeneous in all important respects with the proletariat and will come over to their socialist policy. In the meantime, it represents for various reasons, which will be washed away in crises and decline a case of delayed reaction. For in historical reality, the new middle class is merely a peculiar sort of new proletariat, having the same basic interests. With the intensification of the class struggle between the real classes of capitalist society, it will be swept into the proletarian ranks. A thin, upper layer may go over to the bourgeoisie, but it will not count in numbers or in power. These various arguments are difficult to compare, first of all because they do not all include the same occupations under the catchword new middle class. When we consider the vague boundary lines of the white-collar world, we can easily understand why such an occupational salad invites so many conflicting theories and why general images of it are likely to differ. There is no one accepted word for them. White-collar, salaried employee, new middle class are used interchangeably. During the historical span covered by different theories, the occupational groups composing these strata have changed, and at given times, different theorists in pursuit of bolstering data have spotlighted one or the other groups composing the total. So contrasting images of the political role of the white-collar people can readily exist side by side, and perhaps even both be correct. Those, for instance, who believe that as the vanguard stratum of modern society they are slated to be the next ruling class do not think of them as 10-cent store clerks, insurance agents, and stenographers, but rather as hire technicians and staff engineers, as salaried managers of business cartels and big officials of the federal government. On the other hand, those who hold that they are being proletarianized do focus upon the mass of clerklings and salespeople, while those who see their role as in-between mediators are most likely to include both upper and lower ranges. At any rate, in descriptions in Part 2, we have split the stratum as a whole into at least 4 substrata or pyramids, and we must pay attention to this split as we try to place white-collar people in our political expectations. Most of the work that has been done on the new middle class and its political role involves more general theories of the course of capitalist development. That is why it is difficult to sort out in a simple and yet systematic way what given writers really think of the white-collar people. Their views are based not on an examination of the stratum as much as on, first, the political program they happen to be following, second, the doctrinal position, as regards the political lineup of classes, they have previously accepted, and third, their judgment in regard to the main course of 20th century industrial society. Proletarian purists would disavow white-collar people, United Fronters would link at least segments of them with workers in a fight over specific issues, while carefully preserving organizational and, above all, doctrinal independence. People's Fronters would cater to them by modifying wage worker ideology and program in order to unite the two. Liberals of populist inclination, in a sort of dogmatic pluralism, would call upon them along with small businessmen, small farmers, and all grades of wage workers to coalesce. And each camp, if it prevailed long enough for its intellectuals to get into production, would evolve theories about the character of the white-collar people and the role they are capable of playing. As for political doctrines, the very definition of the white-collar problem has usually assumed as given a more or less rigid framework of fated classes. The belief that in any future struggle between big business and labor, the weight of the white-collar workers will be decisive assumes that there is going to be a future struggle, in the open, between business and labor. The question of whether they will be either proletariat or bourgeoisie, thus in either case giving up whatever identity they may already have, or go their independent way, assumes that there are these other sides and that their struggle will, in fact if not in consciousness, make up the real political arena. Yet, at the same time, the theories to which the rise of the new middle class has given birth distinguish various, independent sectors of the proletariat and of the bourgeoisie, suggesting that the unit of analysis has been over-formalized. The problem of the new middle class must now be raised in a context that does not merely assume homogeneous blocks of classes. The political argument over white-collar workers has gone on over an international scale. Although modern nations do have many trends in common among them, certainly the statistical increase of the white-collar workers, they also have unique features. In posing the question of the political role of white-collar people in the United States, we must learn all we can from discussions of them in other countries, the Weimar Republic especially, but in doing so, we must take everything hypothetically and test it against US facts and trends. The time span of various theories and expectations, as we have noted, has in most of the arguments not been closely specified. Those who hold the view that white-collar workers are really only an odd sort of proletariat and will, in due course, begin to behave accordingly, or the view that the new middle class is slated to be the next ruling class have worked with flexible and often conflicting schedules. What has been at issue in these theories is the objective position of the new middle classes within and between the various strata of modern society, and the political content and direction of their mentality. Questions concerning either of these issues can be stated in such a way as to allow, and in fact demand, observational answers only if adequate conceptions of stratification and of political mentality are clearly set forth. 2 mentalities. It is frequently asserted, in theories of the white-collar people, that there are no classes in the United States because psychology is of the essence of classes, or, as Alfred Bingham has put it, that class groupings are always nebulous, and in the last analysis only the vague thing called class consciousness counts. It is said that people in the United States are not aware of themselves as members of classes, do not identify themselves with their appropriate economic level, do not often organize in terms of these brackets or vote along the lines they provide. America, in this reasoning, is a sandheap of middle-class individuals. But this is to confuse psychological feelings with other kinds of social and economic reality. Because men are not class-conscious at all times and in all places does not mean that there are no classes or that in America everybody is middle class. The economic and social facts are one thing, psychological feelings may or may not be associated with them in expected ways. Both are important, and if psychological feelings and political outlooks do not correspond to economic class, we must try to find out why, rather than throw out the economic baby with the psychological bath, and so fail to understand how either fits into the national tub. No matter what people believe, class structure as an economic arrangement influences their life chances according to their positions in it. If they do not grasp the causes of their conduct, this does not mean that the social analyst must ignore or deny them. If political mentalities are not in line with objectively defined strata, that lack of correspondence is a problem to be explained. In fact, it is the grand problem of the psychology of social strata. The general problem of stratification and political mentality has to do with the extent to which the members of objectively defined strata are homogeneous in their political alertness, outlook, and allegiances, and with the degree to which their political mentality and actions are in line with the interests demanded by the juxtaposition of their objective position and their accepted values. To understand the occupation, class, and status positions of a set of people is not necessarily to know whether or not they 1. Will become class conscious, feeling that they belong together or that they can best realize their rational interests by combining, 2. Will organize themselves, or be open to organization by others, into associations, movements, or political parties, 3. Will have collective attitudes of any sort, including those toward themselves, their common situation, or, 4. Will become hostile toward other strata and struggle against them. These social, political, and psychological characteristics may or may not occur on the basis of similar objective situations. In any given case, such possibilities must be explored, and subjective attributes must not be used as criteria for class inclusion, but rather, as Max Weber has made clear, stated as probabilities on the basis of objectively defined situations. Implicit in this way of stating the issues of stratification lies a model of social movements and political dynamics. The important differences among people are differences that shape their biographies and ideas. Within any given stratum, of course, individuals differ, but if their stratum has been adequately understood, we can expect certain psychological traits to recur. The probability that people will have a similar mentality and ideology, and that they will join together for action, is increased the more homogeneous they are with respect to class, occupation, and prestige. Other factors do, of course, affect the probability that ideology, organization, and consciousness will occur among those in objectively similar strata. But psychological factors are likely to be associated with strata, which consist of people who are characterized by an intersection of the several dimensions we have been using: class, occupation, status, and power. The task is to sort out these dimensions of stratification in a systematic way, paying attention to each separately and then to its relation to each of the other dimensions. The question whether the white-collar workers are a new middle class, or a new working class, or whatnot, is not entirely one of definition, but its empirical solution is made possible only by clarified definitions. The meaning of the term proletarianized, around which the major theories have revolved, is by no means clear. In the definitions we have used, however, proletarianization might refer to shifts of middle-class occupations toward wage workers in terms of income, property, skill, prestige, or power, irrespective of whether or not the people involved are aware of these changes. Or, the meaning may be in terms of changes in consciousness, outlook, or organized activity. It would be possible, for example, for a segment of the white-collar people to become virtually identical with wage workers in income, property, and skill, but to resist being like them in prestige claims and to anchor their whole consciousness upon illusory prestige factors. Only by keeping objective position and ideological consciousness separate in analysis can the problem be stated with precision and without unjustifiable assumptions about wage workers, white-collar workers, and the general psychology of social classes. When the Marxist, Anton Pannekoek for example, refuses to include propertyless people of lower income than skilled workers in the proletariat, he refers to ideological and prestige factors. He does not go on to refer to the same factors as they operate among the proletariat because he holds to what can only be called a metaphysical belief that the proletariat is destined to win through to a certain consciousness. Those who see white-collar groups as composing an independent class, sui generis, often use prestige or status as their defining criterion rather than economic level. The Marxian assertion, for example L. B. Boudin's, that salaried employees are in reality just as much a part of the proletariat as the merest day laborer, obviously rests on economic criteria, as is generally recognized when his statement is countered by the assertion that he ignores important psychological factors. The Marxist in his expectation assumes, first, that wage workers, or at least large sections of them, do in fact, or will at any moment, have a socialist consciousness of their revolutionary role in modern history. He assumes, secondly, that the middle classes, or large sections of them, are acquiring this consciousness, and in this respect are becoming like the wage workers or like what wage workers are assumed to be. Third, he rests his contention primarily upon the assumption that the economic dimension, especially property, of stratification is the key one, and that it is in this dimension that the middle classes are becoming like wage workers. But the fact that propertyless employees, both wage workers and salaried employees, have not automatically assumed a socialist posture clearly means that propertylessness is not the only factor, or even the crucial one, determining inner consciousness or political will. Neither white-collar people nor wage workers have been or are preoccupied with questions of property. The concentration of property during the last century has been a slow process rather than a sharp break inside the lifespan of one generation. Even the sons and daughters of farmers among whom the most obvious expropriation has gone on have had their attentions focused on the urban lure rather than on urban propertylessness. As job holders, moreover, salaried employees have generally, with the rest of the population, experienced a secular rise in standards of living. Propertylessness has certainly not necessarily coincided with pauperization. So the centralization of property, with consequent expropriation, has not been widely experienced as agony or reacted to by proletarianization, in any psychological sense that may be given these terms. Objectively, we have seen that the structural position of the white-collar mass is becoming more and more similar to that of the wage workers. Both are, of course, propertyless, and their incomes draw closer and closer together. All the factors of their status position, which have enabled white-collar workers to set themselves apart from wage workers, are now subject to definite decline. Increased rationalization is lowering the skill levels and making their work more and more factory-like. As high school education becomes more universal among wage workers, and the skills required for many white-collar tasks become simpler, it is clear that the white-collar job market will include more wage worker children. In the course of the next generation, a social class between lower white-collar and wage workers will probably be formed, which means, in Weber's terms, that between the two positions there will be a typical job mobility. This will not, of course, involve the professional strata or the higher managerial employees, but it will include the bulk of the workers in sales room and office. These shifts in the occupational worlds of the propertyless are more important to them than the existing fact of their propertylessness. 3. Organizations. The assumption that political supremacy follows from functional, economic indispensability underlies all those theories that see the new middle class or any of its sections slated to be the next ruling class. For it is assumed that the class that is indispensable in fulfilling the major functions of the social order will be the next in the sequence of ruling classes. Max Weber in his essay on bureaucracy has made short shrift of this idea. The ever-increasing indispensability of the officialdom, swollen to millions, is no more decisive for this question of power than is the view of some representatives of the proletarian movement that the economic indispensability of the proletarians is decisive for the measure of their social and political power position. If indispensability were decisive, then where slave labor prevailed and where freemen usually abhor work as a dishonor, the indispensable slaves ought to have held the positions of power, for they were at least as indispensable as officials and proletarians are today. Whether the power as such increases cannot be decided a priori from such reasons. Yet the assumption that it can runs all through the white-collar literature. Just as Marx, seeing the parasitical nature of the capitalist's endeavor, and the real function of work performed by the workers, predicted the workers' rise to power, so James Burnham, and before him Harold Lasswell, and before him John Corbin, assumes that since the new middle class is the carrier of those skills upon which modern society more and more depends, it will inevitably, in the course of time, assume political power. Technical and managerial indispensability is thus confused with the facts of power struggle, and overrides all other sources of power. The deficiency of such arguments must be realized positively. We need to develop and to use a more open and flexible model of the relations of political power and stratification. Increasingly, class and status situations have been removed from free market forces and the persistence of tradition, and been subject to more formal rules. A government management of the class structure has become a major means of alleviating inequalities and ensuring the risks of those in lower income classes. Not so much free labor markets as the powers of pressure groups now shape the class positions and privileges of various strata in the United States. Hours and wages, vacations, income security through periods of sickness, accidents, unemployment, and old age, these are now subject to many intentional pressures, and, along with tax policies, transfer payments, tariffs, subsidies, price ceilings, wage freezes, etc., make up the content of class fights in the objective meaning of the phrase. The welfare state attempts to manage class chances without modifying basic class structure. In its several meanings and types, it favors economic policies designed to redistribute life risks and life chances in favor of those in the more exposed class situations, who have the power or threaten to accumulate the power, to do something about their case. Labor union, farm bloc, and trade association dominate the political scene of the welfare state as well as of the permanent war economy. Contests within and between these blocs increasingly determine the position of various groups. The state, as a descriptive fact, is at the balanced intersection of such pressures, and increasingly the privileges and securities of various occupational strata depend upon the bold means of organized power. It is often by these means that the objective position of white-collar and wage worker becomes similar. The greatest difficulty with the Marxist expectation of proletarianization is that many changes pointing that way have not come about by a lowering of the white-collar position, but often more crucially by a raising of the wage worker position. The salary, as contrasted with the wage, has been a traditional hallmark of white-collar employment. Although still of prestige value to many white-collar positions, the salary must now be taken as a tendency in most white-collar strata rather than a watertight boundary of the white-collar worlds. The contrast has rested on differences in the time span of payment, and thus in security of tenure, and in the possibilities to plan because of more secure expectations of income over longer periods of time. But, increasingly, companies put salaried workers, whose salary for some time in many places has been reduced for absences, on an hourly basis. And manual workers, represented by unions, are demanding and getting precisely the type of privileges once granted only white-collar people. All along the line, it is from the side of the wage workers that the contrast in privileges has been most obviously breaking down. It was the mass production union of steel workers, not salaried employees, that precipitated a national economic debate over the issue of regularized employment, and white-collar people must often now fight for what is sometimes assumed to be their inherited privilege. A union of professionals, the newspaper guild, has to insist upon dismissal pay as a clause in its contracts. Whatever past differences between white-collar and wage workers with respect to income security, sick benefits, paid vacations, and working conditions, the major trend is now for these same advantages to be made available to factory workers. Pensions, especially since World War II, have been a major idea in collective bargaining, and it has been the wage worker that has had bargaining power. Social insurance to cover work injuries and occupational diseases has gradually been replacing the common law of a century ago, which held the employee at personal fault for work injury and the employer's liability had to be proved in court by a damage suit. Insofar as such laws exist, they legally shape the class chances of the manual worker up to a par with or above other strata. Both privileges and income level have been increasingly subject to the power pressures of unions and government, and there is every reason to believe that in the future this will be even more the case. The accumulation of power by any stratum is dependent on a triangle of factors: will and know-how, objective opportunity, and organization. The opportunity is limited by the group's structural position, the will is dependent upon the group's consciousness of its interests and ways of realizing them. And both structural position and consciousness interplay with organizations, which strengthen consciousness and are made politically relevant by structural position. 14. White-collar unionism. Flint, Michigan, December 18, 1945. Only 25 to 30 pickets were on duty this morning when the police, under the leadership of Capt. Gus Hawkins, drove parallel lines through the midst of the strikers. About 500 white-collar workers went into the plant through the police corridor. There was no disorder, the workers giving way as they hissed and booed the salaried and clerical personnel of the plant. Then the police withdrew to permit an orderly resumption of orderly picketing. Declaring that he would have 10,000 men on hand in the morning, Jack F. Holt, regional director of the UAW, said, "We'll see if they can get through 10,000 men. The best chance to organize the white-collar people," said the expert organizer with 80 years practical experience, "is to get them where they see how the workers have made gains, and how powerful the workers are when they mass pickets and go on strike. In my long experience, wherever there's strong wage worker unions, they'll all come into the union in those places." In a letter to Mr. Kirby, president of the NAM, Mr. Emery, counsel for the NAM, wrote in 1912, "The time is at hand when the 16th Amendment will provide for the possession of a union card for the President of the United States." Flint, Michigan, December 19, 1945. After standing about in near-zero weather for nearly 2 hours, 500 office workers who walked into the plant through a corridor formed by police yesterday, when only a token picket line was on duty, dispersed. New York City, March 30, 1948. At 8:55 this morning, violence broke out in Wall Street. Massed pickets from Local 205 of the United Financial Employees Union, supported by members of an AFL-Siemens union, knocked over 4 policemen at the entrance to the stock exchange and lay down on the sidewalk in front of the doors. 100 police officers swarmed up and, in several knots of furious club swinging, 12 people were hurt, 45 seized and arrested. The outbreak was over in 30 minutes, but most of the day, 1,200 massed pickets surrounded the stock exchange building and shouted epithets at those who entered the building. "Show me 2 white-collar workers on a picket line," said Mr. Samuel Gompers, president of the AFL, "and I'll organize the entire working class." In the minds of the white-collar workers, a struggle has been going on between economic reality and anti-union feeling. Whatever their aspirations, white-collar people have been pushed by 20th-century facts toward the wage worker kind of organized economic life, and slowly their illusions have been moving into closer harmony with the terms of their existence. They are becoming aware that the world of the old middle class, the community of entrepreneurs, has given way to a new society in which they, the white-collar workers, are part of a world of dependent employees. Now, alongside unions of steel workers and coal miners, there are unions of office workers and musicians, sales girls, and insurance men. What is the extent of white-collar unionism? What causes white-collar workers to accept or reject unionism, and what is its meaning to them? What bearing do white-collar unions have on the shape of American labor unions as a whole? On the possibilities of a democratic political economy in the United States? 1. The extent organized. By the opening of the 20th century, 8.2% of the wage workers and 2.5% of the white-collar employees were in unions. Here are the proportions organized for selected years since then. After 1915, with profitable business, growing labor scarcity, and an easier federal government attitude, the proportions of wage workers and white-collar people in unions nearly doubled. By 1920, some 8.1% of the white-collar and 21.5% of the wage workers were in unions, a total of nearly 5 million people. Contrary to the general rule, the prosperity of the 20s did not bring a union boom, for technical advances were so great they created labor surpluses even in boom time. Industries benefiting most from the boom were not unionized, while the boom in unionized industries was not so great, and the prevailing craft-type unions were not in harmony with the mass production techniques which were rapidly coming to the fore. With the slump, the unions lost heavily. By 1935 only 5.0% of the white-collar and 12.1% of the wage workers were in unions, a total of 3.4 millions. But that year the tide turned. Legislation establishing the right to unionize, a favorable sequence of court decisions, an atmosphere of official friendliness and of worker receptivity, the wider advent of industrial unionism, and finally, implementing all these, the war boom with its tight labor market. These developments in labor's decade brought the 1948 proportion of organized wage workers to 44.1% and of white-collar workers to 16.2%. Unions for wage workers grew more, if for no other reason than that the great organizing drives were centered in them. In comparing the proportion of wage workers with white-collar employees in unions, we must also keep in mind that white-collar unionism has faced an uphill fight. In the first 48 years of the century, the number of potential white-collar unionists increased 406%, from 3.7 to 14.7 million, while potential wage worker unionists increased only 320%, from 9.1 to 29 million. White-collar unionism is now beyond the position of wage workers in the middle 30s, when 12.1% of the wage workers were organized. Today, with 16.2% of the white-collar workers already in unions, and the white-collar mass industries practically untouched, American labor unions are in a much better position to undertake white-collar unionization. The law is favorable and perhaps soon will be more so. The unions have money to put into it, they have more skilled and experienced organizers, there is general prosperity, yet some still fear slump. The unions are working in a friendly political atmosphere, and moreover one created, as they see it, to a great extent by their power which, over the last decade and a half, has given the unions much greater prestige. With all these assets, there is no doubt that, given the will and the intelligence, organizing drives among unorganized white-collar workers could be successfully carried through. Yet as of now, 84% of white-collar workers are still not in unions. The historical centers of white-collar unionism have been railroading, government, and entertainment. Before World War I, these three fields together accounted for between 64 and 77%, and during the 20s and early 30s, for over 85% of all unionized white-collar people. Only with the organizing drives of the latter 30s did they lose their relative ascendancy, although even today they contain 58% of all white-collar unionists. One might suppose that white-collar unions would be strong in areas where wage worker unions flourish, but this is the case only in certain industries, such as railroads. During the first third of the century, labor unions meant largely unions in coal mining, railroading, and building trades. During the First World War, clothing, shipbuilding, and the metal trades entered the union world. None of these industries, except railroading, contains concentrations of white-collar workers. So the industries in which unionism has centered preclude a clear historical test of the idea that white-collar unions flourish when they supplement wage worker unions. Today, the industries in which substantial numbers of white-collar employees are organized include transportation, communication, entertainment, and one branch of the federal government, the Postal Service. In all other areas, including manufacturing and retail trade, the proportion organized is never more than 10% or seldom more than 4 or 5. 2. Acceptance and rejection. The acceptance or rejection of unions depends upon employees' awareness of their objective problems and recognition of unions as means for meeting them. For people to accept unions obviously requires that unions be available to them, and moreover, that they view unions as instruments for achieving desired aims rather than in terms of the illusions about unions so often current in white-collar circles. Objective circumstances of the work situation influence the white-collar employee's psychology when they are confronted with the idea of joining a union. By and large, these are not different from those affecting the organizability of wage workers, and include strategic position in the technological or marketing processes of an industry, which conditions bargaining power, unfair treatment by employers, which creates a high state of grievance, a helpful legal framework, which protects the right to organize, a profitable business but one in which labor costs form a small proportion of the cost of production, which means that higher wages will not severely affect total costs, relative permanency of employment and of labor force, so that organization may be stable. The relation to the boss is an often crucial and usually complicated matter. On the one hand, the technological and educational similarity of white-collar work to the work of the boss, the physical nearness to him, the prestige borrowed from him, the rejection of wage worker types of organization for prestige reasons, the greater privileges and securities, the hope of ascent, all these, when they exist, predispose the white-collar employee to identify with the boss. On the other hand, there is fear and even hatred of the boss. In fact, loyalty to management, advanced by white-collar employees, is often, unknown even to them, an insecure cover-up for fear of reprisal. In one office, for example, during a union drive, 10 old employees held out firmly, "We're perfectly happy in our jobs. We like to work here. We make enough to live on, maybe as much as we're worth. And besides, our boss, who is a real gentleman, is doing all he can afford to do for us." The company's attitude toward the union was outspokenly bitter, but soon, because of pressure from the already organized sales force, it shifted to acquiescence. Then, almost overnight, the attitude of the 10 old line employees also shifted. They began to spill grievances, their one great fear now being that they might not be allowed to join the union. They expressed their intimately felt disapproval of the boss's ways, and one of them even reported daydreams of heavy ledgers dropping from tall filing cases on the boss's head. Although acceptance of unions does involve some sense of the separateness of one's economic interest from that of the boss and the company, the attitude to management is not an explicit, simple key to the psychology of white-collar unionism. The white-collar organizer finds other psychological circumstances lying deeper and variously reflected by the white-collar man or woman he approaches. 3 general indices to these circumstances, each involving a whole complex of accompanying feelings and opinions, are involved in white-collar appraisals of unions. One major reason white-collar employees often reject unions is that unions have not been available to them. An immensely greater effort over a longer period of time has been given to wage worker unionism. For most white-collar employees, to join or not to join a union has never been a live question, for no union has been available, or, if it has, was not energetically urging affiliation. For these employees, the question has been to organize or not to organize a union, which is a very different proposition from joining or not joining an available union. Moreover, unless they are themselves unionized, white-collar workers usually have relatively little personal contact with union personnel or with friends or relatives who are union members. Being personally in contact with union leaders and union members, however, is a decisive factor in one's union attitude. In the absence of such contact and given the general hostile atmosphere that prevails in many white-collar circles, an anti-union attitude often results. Personal exposure to unions not only reveals their benefits, but sometimes creates a social situation in which those who don't belong feel socially ostracized. More generally, contacts with union people tend to discount anti-unionism. In fact, they seem to be the most single important antidote to the political party affiliations of white-collar employees, and their families buttress their union feelings. Although some white-collar groups have tended to shift from their parents' Democratic or Republican tradition to an independent position, generally stated as voting for the best man, but frequently coming to mean Republican, most remain in the same party as their parents. People generally come into contact with party rhetoric before they do union rhetoric, and this affects their receptivity to union proposals. Party identifications are closely associated with union attitude. Third party and Democratic people tend to be more pro-union than independents or Republicans. The New Deal, and especially the personality of President Roosevelt, did more for unions than create an encouraging legal framework. It raised the prestige value of unions, and for many middle-class groups, it did much to neutralize the prestige depreciation which joining had entailed. It made the union a more respectable feature of American life, and since the New Deal, the union's public success and increased power have further supported its increased respectability. 3. Not job dissatisfaction in general, but a specific kind of job dissatisfaction. The feeling that as an individual he cannot get ahead in his work is the job factor that predisposes the white-collar employee to go pro-union. This opinion is more important in the conscious psychology of white-collar unionism than the good or bad will of the company, the degree of job routinization, etc. There is a close association between the feeling that one cannot get ahead, regardless of the reason, and a pro-union attitude. I don't think there are any chances. Only a few can get promotion. I would join a union. We are exploited. But others say, I think there's a good chance to get ahead. It's entirely up to you. An assistant to the boss is going to leave. I've got the opportunity to step in there. Maybe with more training I can be the boss. If I don't make good, it's my own fault. I really don't see what you gain from belonging. Personal exposure to unions, political party affiliation, and feelings about individual chances to climb, these 3 factors predispose white-collar people to accept unions. And each of these predisposing factors is generally moving in the direction of pro-unionism. Despite some counter-tendencies during the war, individual ascent chances and hopes will probably continue to decline for white-collar people. The 1948 Democratic victory further increased the respectability of the liberal political column and hence the numbers in it. And if, as labor grows, white-collar drives get underway, more and more white-collar people will be exposed, directly or indirectly, to unionism. The white-collar worker may accept or reject unions, 1. In terms of their instrumental value, seeing them as ways to realize economic and job benefits, or in terms of principle, seeing them as good or bad in themselves with no concern over their immediate effects on his life. 2. In terms of himself and his own job situation, or in terms of other people and their job situations. In the mass media of communication, unions are more likely to be presented ideologically than as helpful instrumentalities. Union news is seldom presented up close, in such a way that members of the public could easily identify with unions as practical means to their own practical ends. So some ideological counterforce is often needed if unions are to be accepted on principle, or, as is more usual, if principled rejection is to be bypassed and the instrumental benefits of unions understood. That ideological counterforce is often summed up in political party identification. Unless the non-unionized white-collar worker has been influenced by liberal political party rhetoric, there is little chance that he will accept unions for himself on principle. Given the generally hostile atmosphere, still carried by the mass media, there is undoubtedly more principled rejection than principled acceptance of the unions. Pro-union ideology serves primarily to clear away principled objections in order that an instrumental view may come to the fore. One reason personal contact with union members weighs so heavily in pro-unionism is that such contact frequently results in a more instrumental type of judgment. Then various interest factors, notably feelings about ascent chances, can become decisive. Unions are usually accepted as something to be used, rather than as something in which to believe. They are understood as having to do strictly with the job and are valued for their help on the job. They rest upon, and perhaps carry further, the alienated split of job from life. Acceptance of them does not seem to lead to new identifications in other areas of living. 3. Individual involvement. One might suppose that pro-unionism would involve greater feelings of solidarity among co-workers, and greater antagonism toward the higher UPS or the company. But this is not necessarily the case. Those white-collar workers who are in unions or who are pro-union in outlook do not always display more co-worker solidarity than those not in unions or who are anti-union in feeling. Equal proportions on either side are competitively oriented toward co-workers, see co-workers off the job, are friendly with them, have a feeling of belonging to the work group rather than just happening to be there, and feel estranged from the company or the higher UPS. In the union or out of it, for it, against it, or on the fence, the white-collar employee usually remains psychologically the little individual scrambling to get to the top, instead of a dependent employee experiencing unions and accepting union affiliation as collective means of collective assent. This lack of effect of unions is of course linked with the reasons white-collar people join them. To most members, the union is an impersonal economic instrument rather than a springboard to new personal, social, or political ways of life. The main connection between union and individual member is the fatter paycheck, a fact which is in line with the general American accent on individual pecuniary success, as well as the huckstering animus of many union organizers. Unions, instrumentally accepted, are alternatives to the traditional individualistic means of obtaining the traditional goals of success. They are collective instruments for pursuing individual goals. Belonging to them does not modify the goals, although it may make the member feel more urgently about these goals. Union organizers are salesmen of the idea, as one organizing pamphlet for white-collar employees puts it, that you can get it, tool, and union organization is the modern way to go places. The prevailing strategy is to bypass the status, the ideology, and the politics and to stress economic realities and benefits. The only status appeal, a kind of hard-boiled keeping-up tactic, is still focused on the pay lag between white-collar and wage worker. If you are not organized, the world is passing you by. Yet, despite the dominant ways unions are sold and accepted, there are indications that they often mean more to white-collar people. I feel I have somebody at the back of me. I have a feeling that we are all together and strong. You are not a ball at the feet of the company. The union, it's my protection. You feel you are not being pushed around. These apparently simple and straightforward feelings in reality rest upon complex factors of prestige claims and economic security and upon certain intervals of exciting powerfulness which the union has brought into the routine and often dreary white-collar life. In such intervals, the union appears as a social force on the job with which employees can identify positively, and with this, the company and its higher UPS appear as counter-forces about which the employee feels ambiguous or negative. The fact that union affairs can be exciting during times of struggle must not be underestimated in the union's appeal to the white-collar people. Generally it is only then that the union, rather than an unattended instrument, becomes a social norm when you work with people and they belong, you feel you should belong to, as well as a welcome variation from normal work routines. During the strike we had a couple of months ago we talked a lot. We were out 2 days and got an increase of $2. We had a meeting about a week before the strike. That was probably the most exciting thing that happened at work. It made it sort of exciting to go to work. Everybody was talking about it. It was something different from every other day. I felt I had a part in it. Resentment, slowly produced by the routine of dull work, finds an outlet in strong anti-company and strong pro-union loyalties, but to hold these loyalties, unions, like any other institution, must operate dramatically as well as in the obvious interests of the members. Perhaps nothing is so exciting to the employee, apart from a strike, as the unions investigating the company. They said that that was the reason they couldn't afford it. But they have paid off $1 million loan and still have $1 million in the bank. They have it. The union had them investigated. You should have seen the head's face when he found out. In all this, white-collar unionism does not differ markedly from those wage worker unions we have had occasion to study. The UAW member in Detroit, for example, does not differ in his union attitude very markedly from members of New York City white-collar unions. Both are after, in the first instance, better conditions of work, especially more pay and more secure pay, and both consciously get protection out of unions. More systematically, the union performs 4 functions in the employee's life. Economically, unions mean economic advances and protection against arbitrary wage action. The fruits of increased productivity, brought about by the rationalization of white-collar work, are not automatically passed on to the employee. Only by organizations that force bargaining and concessions can white-collar workers make economic gains. They cannot continue indefinitely to benefit from wage workers' organizations as they have undoubtedly been doing in many industries and not shoulder part of the risk and the work involved. Differences in what various unions fight for reflect differences in employer policy more than differences in union philosophy. The trend in white-collar unions seems to be to line up salaries and conditions with those of other organized white-collar workers rather than with the pattern prevailing in the same industry among production workers. Yet the plain economic struggle of white-collar workers will continue, whether or not they have unions, to be part of the fight of labor as a whole, of carpenters and auto workers and coal diggers. It will not have any autonomy, as the economic struggle of a separated group, because of any economically peculiar position white-collar people may think they occupy. Although, as more white-collar people are unionized, their share in deciding the terms of the struggle may become greater, their economic struggle is not different from that of the wage workers. The privileges that white-collar employees have traditionally enjoyed are being formalized in the union contracts they secure, and, as National Industrial Conference Board studies have shown, it is in this area of fringe benefits that their contracts differ most from wage workers. White-collar contracts are usually much more likely than those of production workers to contain welfare clauses, personal leaves, paid sick leaves, severance pay, holiday and vacation rules. Yet the formalization of such privileges, in white-collar contracts, comes at a time when wage worker unions are also seriously beginning to fight for them, as well as for the more solid privileges of medical and pension plans. 2. If the unions raise the level and security of the employee's income, at the same time they may lower the level and security of prestige. For insofar as white-collar claims for prestige rest upon differences between themselves and wage workers, and insofar as the organizations they join are publicly associated with worker organizations, one of the bases of white-collar prestige is done away with. White-collar people are often quite aware of this. It is not possible that a union would start in my business, but if it did I do not think I would join because people think less of you. Management unconsciously thinks that people who belong to a union have not enough sense to talk for themselves. The status psychology of white-collar employees is part of a principled rejection of unionism, although it often has instrumental content as well, the hope of being judged by management as different from wage workers, and so of climbing by traditional individual means. Apart from this, the prestige claims are purely invidious and principled, and usually are overcome only when the employee, by personal contact, comes to see the union as an instrument, is exposed to more liberal political rhetoric, and, above all, has lost his hope of ascent by individual means. However widespread the prestige resistances to unions may now be, solid, long-run factors are acting to reduce them, for these are the same factors we saw affecting general white-collar prestige: lack of differences between wage worker and white-collar income, white-collar unemployment, as during the 30s, the breakdown of the white-collar monopoly on high school education, the inevitable reduction of the claims of white-collar people for prestige based on their not being foreign-born. Like workers, the concentration of white-collar workers into big workplaces and their downgrading and routinization, the mere increase in the total numbers of white-collar people, all these factors and trends are tearing away the foundations of the white-collar rejection of unions on the basis of prestige. Today white-collar workers and their organizations use many dodges to avoid identification with wage workers and yet secure the benefits of unionism. They call their unions guilds or associations, they have a permanent no-strike policy, etc. In the end, all this is nonsense so far as the central economic purpose of unions is concerned, yet, although their sacrifice of prestige is the sacrifice of a fading value, this value is still real to white-collar employees, often more so than their low incomes. In his appeal, the union organizer has to balance the prestige loss against the economic gains. In the short run, the loss is greatly softened by the strictly instrumental way unionism is accepted. In the long run, objective forces will destroy the basis of such claims for higher prestige. 3. Unionism objectively means a declaration of collective independence, and, correspondingly, a tacit acceptance of individual dependence. We have seen how closely the feeling that one has no individual chance to rise is related to a pro-union attitude. White-collar unions, like those of wage workers, are in part a consequence of a rationalization of the work process. For only an organization can talk back and exert power over the conditions of such work and over the work life itself. In their quest for occupational justice, equal conditions and equal pay for equal grades of work, the unions further rationalization of work, while at the same time shaping it more to the interests of the work group as a whole. Regardless of the union's ideology, the task of the Job Description Committee, soon at work in many union drives, is to reorganize the personnel hierarchy of the company, incidentally wiping out many prestige distinctions without economic content cultivated by management or allowed to encrust on the hierarchy by usage. Sometimes this creates active resentment among employees. I'm not sure I'd want to join. My friend says they browbeat them in her office. They walk up and down the office and watch what people are doing, and if a file girl types even a label, they threaten to have her fired. The employee's modern choice is not between individual independence and individual dependence on the employer. Unions are devices by which collections of people get done what the employer is in a position to do for himself, and what in a simpler age of more kindly exploitation employees were in a position to do for themselves individually. As the union lessens the employee's dependence upon the employer, it substitutes dependence upon the union, an organization expected to act more in accordance with their interests. In many industries, the union is an additional bureaucracy, seeking to influence the way employees are geared into the larger bureaucracy of the business. Within the company, the unionized white-collar worker associates himself with a new sort of personnel organization, one having his interests in mind. To the extent that his union is internally democratic, he gains a collective voice with which he shouts to the top of the company about his specific job and his individual grievances. Inside the office and sales room and up in the front of the plant, unions increase the collective power of the white-collar employee over the conditions and the security of his work life. For the power of the union, white-collar or otherwise, is also exerted in the political economy, where, to the extent that they are members of effective national unions, the power of the white-collar employees increases. For, as union members, they are represented by organized pressure groups that are increasingly effective in the politics of economic bargaining. For the shape of unionism. Since at least the 30s, the organization of white-collar workers has been a standard item on the liberal labor agenda, but the political meaning of such organization is not often seriously discussed. Suppose that 8 or 9 million of the 12.3 million unorganized white-collar people were in the unions. What would it mean for the political character and direction of U.S. labor? To answer this question we must consider, I. Whether white-collar unionism has or is likely to develop a mentality and direction of its own, 2. Whether white-collar unions tend to display more or less militancy than wage worker unions, and 3. Whether or not, and in what sense, an enlargement of white-collar unions might constitute labor's link to the middle class. Throughout the present century, the AFL has remained dominant in the white-collar field. In 1900, white-collar unionists were evenly divided between AFL and independent unions. Since then the AFL proportion has grown and by 1935 contained 2/3 of all unionized white-collar workers. The rise of the CIO has only slightly weakened AFL dominance in the white-collar field, for the big CIO organizing drives were in mass industrial rather than white-collar areas. As of 1948, 62% of all unionized white-collar employees were in the AFL, 22% in independent unions, and 16% in the CIO. If we turn these figures around, and compute the white-collar proportions within each union block, 21% of all independent unionists were white-collar workers, 19% of all AFL members, and only 8% of all CIO union members. If more white-collar workers are organized, they will most likely, under present conditions, be organized by existing labor organizations. In the fall of 1948, CIO heads did announce a white-collar drive, and since then various moves have been made to get it underway. Insofar as they were serious about it, they were probably impelled, in addition to the standard motive of protecting these workers' interests, by certain political considerations. Within the CIO, the white-collar drive was a drive against certain highly vocal communist elements, which top CIO men wished to be rid of. The way to upset as well as to gain union power is to organize and counter-organize. They also desired, in the current political phase, to overtake and surpass AFL unions in the numbers of enrolled members. The white-collar fields are new frontiers, which involve a minimum of jurisdictional tangle. Many CIO leaders are young, ambitious men who have already organized their initially chosen fields. A white-collar drive offers an outlet for their energies. Organizing drives are power accumulators for leaders no less than for workers. Also some older leaders, recently risen to top power in their middle age, might wish to make their own marks. In trade union circles, this means to organize. Labor leaders, in and out of the CIO, probably think that white-collar organizing will increase their political pull in the middle-class area, and thus improve the union's public relations. Insofar as they are contenders for power and influence in one or the other of the standard political parties, they look upon inclusion of white-collar people in their unions as a winning card in contests within and between party and state. The chance for a freewheeling block of white-collar unions separate from the existing bloc seems very slight, in part because of the existing union setup, and in part because white-collar employees, and potential leaders among them, have no firm ideological or practical reasons to wish to play an independent part. In the existing union world, wage worker unions have the priority of organization. Their base is so large and firm that in our time white-collar people, even if completely organized, would not be able to achieve dominance. Organization requires money. In the modern accounting system of unionism, so much a head is required. In a world of big business, big government, and big unions, small unions without funds fall behind or are swallowed by larger ones. White-collar organization in the 50s is less likely to be spontaneous or to come from the bottom up than was the case in the 30s. Organizations are likely to be initiated from the top by existing union powers, for when unionization is quasi-spontaneous, new and more militant leaders have better chances to come to the top. The CIO organizing drives of the 30s split the old union world and, largely in response to worker demands, gave rise to new men of power, who for a historical moment seemed free to choose new union alternatives. But that happened when only 3.4 million workers were organized. Now 15.4 million are members. Labor is so big, and the legal requirements so much more complex, that the chance for new types of leaders to emerge in connection with organizing drives is rather limited. Of course, techniques and tactics of organizing may appropriately differ, and leaders possessing a rhetoric more congenial to white-collar employees may arise, but in the natural course of affairs, older men already in power will select and encourage types of men not too different from themselves. Established powers at established headquarters, and the men they favor, will run the drives and probably manage any new unions that are formed. New leaders will rise and old ones will fall, but there is not much chance for white-collar unions to emerge as a new type of organization or for new types of white-collar leaders to gain great power. 2. The psychology of white-collar unionism, as we have seen, is not different from that of wage workers. In both cases it is expedient and instrumental, rather than principled or ideological. Of course, unions of carpenters differ in shape and policy from unions of auto workers or insurance salesmen or clerks. But the common denominators of unionism are not divided according to white-collar and wage worker types. A few speculations on either side of the issue, however, need to be made. It can be argued that white-collar unionists will turn out to be more cautious and less militant because the style of life of white-collar people, as contrasted with that of workers in the mass production fields, throws them into contact with the general, middle class, culture, routines of information, and dominant values. They have more chances to belong to other organizations, so unionism will mean even less in their political and social lives than it has meant in the lives of steel, auto, or coal workers. Because of their cleaner, more prestigeful work, and their consciousness of the blue-shirt masses below them, they will feel that they have more to lose from militant unionism that might fail. Since many of them are of middle-class origin, their biographical ties with entrepreneurial elements will restrain them. Furthermore, since other white-collar employees are of wage worker origin and connection, the white-collar mass will be divided in allegiance and hence waver in policy and action. There is some truth in each of these points. But it is also possible to argue, with a measure of truth, that white-collar unions will be more militant than wage worker unions, because they will be young at power bargaining and hence, at least for a while, a taste of power will prod them to less disciplined and more spontaneous movement. Having claims to higher prestige than the wage worker, having more links with the older middle class, they will not take it so readily, will be more likely to stand up higher and fight harder. Since many of them have been dependent upon their employers, once they break that allegiance and go pro-union, their reaction against employers is likely to be stronger and more aggressive. Since they are more highly educated, once they get the union slant, they will have a greater capacity to generalize it, will be more politically and ideologically oriented in their unionism. These points, too, have elements of truth. Yet neither view stands up very well. Many of the factors in support of the idea that white-collar unions will be more militant than wage worker unions rest upon the relative smallness and youth of white-collar unionism. But compared with wage worker unions of the same size and age, they do not differ from them. Many of the factors in support of the idea that white-collar unions will be less militant than wage worker unions rest upon differences that, in the course of historical development, will quite likely be washed away. The lesson from the historical experience of unionism in the United States, which of course need not be a dogmatic lesson, is that wage workers and white-collar employees in due course form the same types of unions, and that there is nothing peculiar or distinctive about white-collar unionism, that variations in terms of militancy among wage worker unions and among white-collar unions are just as slight as any other variations between the two. Trade unions, after all, are the most reliable instruments to date for taming and channeling lower-class aspirations, for lining up the workers without internal violence during time of war, and for controlling their insurgency during times of peace and depression. There are no reasons why unions should not perform the same services among white-collar groups. One historical fact, however, must be noticed: during the 30s and early 40s, larger proportions of white-collar than of wage worker unionists were in CIO unions controlled by Communist Party cliques. In the CIO, During 1948 about 4 out of 10 white-collar members were in CP-controlled unions, whereas only about 2 out of 10 wage workers were. But that was only within the CIO, which contains vastly more wage workers than white-collar employees. If we base our calculations on the union world as a whole, including AFL and independents, as well as CIO, we find that CP factions controlled about 6% of unionized white-collar workers and about 7% of unionized wage workers. That CP factions have controlled so many white-collar unions within the CIO is more a historical accident of the CIO's development than a sign that unionized white-collar workers are more political than wage workers. It so happens that these white-collar unions were mainly in larger cities, especially New York, which has been the stronghold of the Communist Party in America. Moreover, it is probably true that this party has appealed quite strongly to the petty bourgeois mentality represented by many sectors of New York's white-collar world. 3. The old radical faith that the mere enlargement of unions is good because it brings more workers into organizing centers is now naive, as is the belief that winning the white-collar people to unionism is necessarily a link to the middle class. Both ideas depend on the kinds of unions that prevail and what their political potential may be. Both ideas have assumed that unions are, or will be when they are big enough, engines of radical social change, that they will conduct themselves with militant intelligence and intelligent militancy. The question whether or not the unionization of white-collar workers will mean that labor has a link to the middle classes depends upon the definition of middle class and of labor. The question is inherited from the rhetoric of socialist movements, in which labor means proletariat, a politically conscious group separated from the rest of society, and assumed to be the motor of all historic change, and in which middle class means strata with entrepreneurial ideology. But American labor, as expressed in unions, is now politically a set of pressure groups, and white-collar workers, especially when they join unions, increasingly assume the pressure group kind of labor mentality. The question whether white-collar workers form a new middle class or a new proletariat is being answered, as we have seen, by changes in both classes, as well as by changes in the kind of organizations U.S. labor unions have become. Economically, the white-collar strata are less middle class than has been supposed. Socially and ideologically, the wage workers are more middle class than has been supposed. In the bureaucratic scene in which social change now occurs, organizations, not spontaneously alerted classes, often monopolize the chances for action. And in the world of organizations and interest groups, the white-collar and wage worker strata come together in a kind of lower middle-class pressure block. Politically, the presence of more white-collar workers in labor unions will give liberal and labor spokesmen a chance more truthfully to identify the interests of labor with those of the community as a whole. The mass base of labor as a pressure group will be further extended, and labor spokesmen will inevitably be involved in more far-reaching bargains over the national political economy. 5. Unions and politics. No matter what unionism may mean to the individual white-collar worker, organizationally it brings the white-collar strata into labor as an interest group. Unless white-collar unions develop a distinctive program of their own, and there seems to be no tendency in that direction, or unless the meaning of unionism to them becomes politically distinctive, and it apparently does not, white-collar unionism will carry the same meaning as wage worker unionism. Therefore, what white-collar unions mean for America depends on what U.S. unions in general mean. So far, that meaning has been felt mainly in the economic sphere, and there is no doubt that unions for white-collar workers will increase their chance to have a voice in their conditions of work and levels of pay. But the larger meaning of unionism involves the question of democracy and labor unions, that is, the question of whether the unions are to become a movement, or whether they are going to become another vested interest, an agency of political regulation at an economic price. Or, in the words of Lionel Trilling, whether the conflict of capital and labor is a contest for the possession of the goods of a single way of life or a culture struggle. For a long time the unions, considered nationally, were a set of largely uninvested organizations. Up to the middle 30s, they were thought to be able to go either way. As a free movement, they would grow bigger and yet retain their freedom to act, and they would strive to act in a way that would reorder U.S. society in the image of a libertarian and secure society, or as a set of interests, they would attempt to vest themselves within the framework of capitalist society and the administrative state. Along this last road, unions might take stands on broader issues, but only in bargaining with other vested interests. Their spokesman might talk of responsibility, but only in this meaning: those to whom I say I am responsible are those whom I seek to manage. The responsibility of those who in gaining power have become hampered in their action is often a responsibility to regulate the discontent of the underlying strata, in order that, as responsible spokesmen at the top, they may deal in a more intelligent and practical way with other spokesmen. The question of democracy and unionism is a question whether in protecting the employee's economic position by an adroit struggle among organized interest blocs, the unions will be forced to become watchdogs over the working of the economy as a whole. And there is a second question, whether in being watchdogs over the economy, as against being merely an interest group within it, the unions will be forced to take on a larger cultural and political struggle. We say forced because present labor leadership does not encourage us to believe that labor leaders as a general rule will do so from any sort of conviction, much less any vision of the need. Historical experience, as well as the character of present-day labor leadership, says no to these questions, but neither presents a conclusive argument. Labor leadership changes, although change is likely to be more difficult in the future than in the past, and historical experience must be countered, in a balanced judgment, by the mid-century facts of the social structure. In the main drift of this structure, the point to watch is the type and the extent of labor's involvement with business corporations and with the administrative state. How much free action, just what kind, in what spheres, for approximately what ends? These are the questions we must be asking ourselves about U.S. labor in the coming decade. The main drift now involves four coinciding trends. 1. Economically practical conservatism, expressed by such men as Robert Taft, is being overtaken and supplanted by politically sophisticated conservatism, a conservatism that is aware of the political conditions of modern profit working and economic power, and of the kind of softening cooperation with unions that is needed to control them. 2. Liberalism, now almost a common denominator of U.S. politics, becomes administrative liberalism, a powerful and more absorptive state framework, within which open political struggles are being translated into administrative procedures and pressures. 3. The labor interest, coinciding with sophisticated conservatism, is being vested within this administrative state and is in fact becoming one of its major supporting pillars. Labor is committed to the support of the state, and, in turn, draws much of its strength from it. 4. All these developments are going on within the building of a total war economy during an era with no treaty-structured peace in Europe or Asia. U.S. labor, like U.S. small business, seems to be trying to follow the route of the U.S. farmer. Once this farmer was a source of insurgency of a kind, in the recent past, labor has seemed to be such. Now the farmer is often a fat unit in an organized farm bloc, firmly entrenched within and pressuring the welfare state. Despite its greater objective antagonism to capitalism as a wage system, labor seems to be trying to go the same way. Its leaders, following the policy of success, would apparently model the political role of their organizations upon those of the farmer. Talk of farm labor unity, which used to rest upon a unity of insurgents, now seems to rest upon attempted bargains between two pressure groups. Unlike farmers, and unlike wage workers, white-collar employees were born too late to have even a brief day of autonomy. Their structural position and available strategy make them rearguarders rather than movers and shakers of historic change. Their unionization is a unionization into the main drift and serves to incorporate them as part of the newest interest to be vested in the liberal state. The story of labor in the Franklin Roosevelt era encouraged hope because labor was then emerging for the first time on any American scale. It had little need of any sense of direction other than to organize the unorganized. But in Truman's Fair Deal this is not the case, not the mandate of the slump, but the farmer's fear that his enormous prosperity might be taken away from him, not millions of unemployed, but labor's fear that Taft-Hartley acts will be used against existing unions are the underpinnings of this administration. Then thought of war was not dominant, and men of power could pay serious attention to the distribution of domestic power. Now fear of war hangs over all political speculation and deadens the political will for new domestic beginnings. There are counter-tendencies to the main drift, and there are possible crises in the increasingly rigid structure that would unite and allow these tendencies to assert themselves as historical forces. But in the meantime, if the future of democracy in America is imperiled, it is not by any labor movement, but by its absence, and the substitution for it of a new set of vested interests. If these new interests often seem of particular peril to democratic social structure, it is because they are so large and yet so hesitant. Their business may well become the regulation of insurgent tendencies among those groups and strata that might reorganize American society out of its frenzied order of slump and boom and war, and stop its main drift toward a society in which men are the managed personnel of a garrison state. 15. The politics of the rearguard. The political psychology of any social stratum is influenced by every relation its members have, or fail to have, with other strata. All the objective and subjective factors to which they are exposed play into their political psychology. Composed as they are of a wide range of in-between occupational groups, the new middle classes are especially open to many cross-pressures, as well as to all those larger forces that more or less define the structure and atmosphere of modern society. To understand the political form and content of white-collar mentality, we must first understand what political consciousness, as well as lack of it, means. To understand how it has been shaped, we must explore the effects on it of the mass media of communication, of the social historical structure, and of the political institutions and traditions that have prevailed in the United States. 1. Models of consciousness. Our most familiar model of political consciousness is liberalism, which in focusing upon the individual citizen has tried to enlarge his political rights, his formal opportunities to act politically and to be political. It has assumed that once given the rights, the individual citizen would naturally become politically alerted and act on his political interests. It might be that he would require more education, but education was one of the rights that liberalism sought to make universal. The difficulties of liberalism's assumption of the alert citizen were well stated by Walter Lippmann in the early 20s. His point was that the citizen was unable to know what was going on politically, to think about it straight, or to act upon it intelligently. There was a great gap between individual men, on the one hand, and events and decisions of power, on the other. This gap was filled by the media of communication, which, in their necessity to compress the volume of communication into shorthand slogans, created a pseudo-environment of stereotypes that stood for the unseen political world and to which the citizen reacted. In the Great Society, the citizen had no time to study things out, his politically fruitful contact with others as well as with the media of communications being limited to 15 or 20 minutes a day. These facts, in addition to those of artificial censorship and the fear of facing realities that might disturb routine, added up to this, that the political alertness required of the citizen by liberal theory was based on a woefully utopian, rational psychology, which might make sense in a simpler democratic setup but was impossible in modern society. No one of liberal persuasion has refuted Lippmann's analysis. The other familiar model of political consciousness, Marxism, has focused upon the class rather than the individual. It is an ingenious model which reaches from gross material conditions, enshawed in property, into the inner consciousness of men of similar class positions. Class consciousness has always been understood as a political consciousness of one's own rational class interests and their opposition to the interests of other classes. Economic potentiality becomes politically realized, a class in itself becomes a class for itself. Thus for class consciousness, there must be, 1. A rational awareness and identification with one's own class interests, 2. An awareness of and rejection of other class interests as illegitimate, and 3. An awareness of and a readiness to use collective political means to the collective political end of realizing one's interests. These three requirements interact in various ways, depending upon the phase of the movement and the branch of Marxism one examines. Lenin and Trotsky, for instance, placed more emphasis than leaders before them on the party militants, who articulate rational awareness, as a key to the development of mass political consciousness. Yet, underlying the general Marxian model there is always, in Louis Clair's words, the political psychology of becoming conscious of inherent potentialities. This idea is just as rationalist as liberalism in its psychological assumptions. For the struggle that occurs proceeds on the rational recognition by competing classes of incompatible material interests. Reflection links material fact and interested consciousness by a calculus of advantage. As Veblen correctly pointed out, the idea is utilitarian, and more closely related to Bentham than Hegel. Marx, of course, allowed for false consciousness, by which he meant an untrue calculation of interests. He explained it as a rationalist error, due to ignorance or, in more willful moods, to a lack of correct proletarian propaganda. False consciousness, a mental lag from previous eras, is no longer in line with present interests. It is an incorrect interpretation which hides the real world rather than reveals it in a manner adequate for effective action. Both Marxism and liberalism make the same rationalist assumption that men, given the opportunity, will naturally come to political consciousness of interests, of self, or of class. Each in its own way has been more concerned with enlarging the opportunities for men to play political roles than with any psychological unwillingness or inability on their part to do so. Since one or the other of these models of consciousness usually underlies questions and answers about the politics of various social strata, current theories do not usually allow for the view that a stratum may have no political direction, but be politically passive. Yet such indifference is the major sign of both the impasse of liberalism and the collapse of socialist hopes. It is also at the heart of the political malaise of our time. To be politically indifferent is to be a stranger to all political symbols, to be alienated from politics as a sphere of loyalties, demands, and hopes. The politically indifferent are detached from prevailing political symbols but have no new attachments to counter-symbols. Whatever insecurities and demands and hopes they may have are not focused politically, their personal desires and anxieties being segregated from political symbols and authorities. Neither objective events nor internal stresses count politically in their consciousness. Political indifference does not necessarily involve a collapse of political expectation. It is not necessarily the end of a scale, hopeful, resigned, despairing, apathetic, that is only one route to it, and one of its meanings. Nor is political indifference necessarily irrational. In fact, it may be a reasoned cynicism, which distrusts and debunks all available political loyalties and hopes as lack of sophistication. Or it may be the product of an extra-rational consideration of the opportunities available to men, who, with Max Weber, assert that they can live without belief in a political world gone meaningless, but in which detached intellectual work is still possible. For men less burdened with insight and enjoying less secure class positions, indifference frequently coexists with a minimum sacrifice of time and self to some meaningless work, and for the rest, a private pursuit of activities that find their meanings in the immediate gratification of animal thrill, sensation, and fun. To be politically conscious, either in loyalty or insurgency, is to see a political meaning in one's own insecurities and desires, to see oneself as a demanding political force, which, no matter how small, increases one's hopes that expectations will come off. To be politically indifferent is to see no political meaning in one's life or in the world in which one lives, to avoid any political disappointments or gratifications. So political symbols have lost their effectiveness as motives for action and as justifications for institutions. 2. Political indifference. In the United States in the middle of the 20th century, there are, of course, people who approximate the liberal view of the citizen, especially among the educated upper middle class. There are also people who are class conscious in a Marxian sense, especially among the upper ranks and, in a derived way, among intellectuals. There are also people who display all the necessary qualifications for political loyalty, and some who fulfill the requirements for the insurgent. But the most decisive comment that can be made about the state of U.S. politics concerns the facts of widespread public indifference, which today overshadow in significance both those of loyalty and those of insurgency. In our political literature, we do not have many attempts to explain the facts of political indifference, perhaps because neither liberalism nor Marxism raises the question to a central position. Yet, we are now in a situation in which many who are disengaged from prevailing allegiances have not acquired new ones, and so are distracted from and inattentive to political concerns of any kind. They are strangers to politics. They are not radical, not liberal, not conservative, not reactionary, they are inactionary, they are out of it. If we accept the Greeks' definition of the idiot as a privatized man, then we must conclude that the U.S. citizenry is now largely composed of idiots. Our knowledge of this is firmer than any strict proof available to us. It rests, first of all, upon our awareness, as politically conscious men ourselves, of the discrepancy between the meaning and stature of public events and what people seem most interested in. The Second World War was understood by most sensitive observers as a curiously unreal business. Men went away and fought, all over the world, women did whatever was expected of women during war, people worked hard and long and bought war bonds, everybody believed in America and in her cause, there was no rebellion. Yet it all seemed a purposeless kind of efficiency. Some sort of numbness seemed to prohibit any awareness of the magnitude and depth of what was happening, it was without dream and so without nightmare, and if there was anger and fear and hatred, and there was, still no chords of feeling and conviction were deeply touched. People sat in the movies between production shifts, watching with aloofness and even visible indifference, as children were saturation bombed in the narrow cellars of European cities. Man had become an object, and in so far as those for whom he was an object felt about the spectacle at all, they felt powerless, in the grip of larger forces, having no part in these affairs that lay beyond their immediate areas of daily demand and gratification. It was a time of somnambulance. It was not that people were insensitive clods with no complaints, but that in all the matter of fact efficiency, no mainspring of feeling was let loose in despair or furor, that no complaints were focused rebelliously upon the political meanings of the universal sacrifice and brutality. It was not that people in the United States were apathetically dulled, on the contrary, they were often brightly hopeful, but never politically so, and what used to be called the deepest conviction seemed fluid as water. It was as if the expert angle of the camera and the carefully nurtured, pompous voice of the commentator had expropriated the chance to take it big. It was as if the ear had become a sensitive soundtrack, the eye a precision camera, experience an exactly timed collaboration between microphone and lens, the machines thus taking unto themselves the capacity for experience. And as the world of this mechanically vivified experience was expanded 100-fold, the individual became a spectator of everything, rather than an experiencer of what he earned by virtue of what he was becoming. There were no plain targets of revolt, and the cold metropolitan manner had so entered the soul of overpowered men that they were made completely private and blasé, down deep and for good. Many observers have noted the decline of confidence in the future that had prevailed in the United States 50 years ago, and its replacement by apprehensiveness, pessimism, tension, spiritual disillusionment with the social order. Sometime after World War I, American democracy, no longer a widespread confidence and an authentic social feeling, became an objective for official propaganda. It became official and conventional. Over the last half-century, Lloyd Morris has remarked, Americans have become a people whose freedom, power, material advantages, and way of life are widely envied throughout the world, but whose confidence, and faith in their future, have signally diminished. There has been a parallel development of mighty progress and weak disenchantment. The fact of formal democracy is not widely questioned, but the way it has been drifting is. An anonymous comment on an Auden poem concludes, all the committees and commissions in the federal executive departments and agencies, all the employees of all the states, counties, municipalities, townships, and villages, are our employees and they manage our affairs with our consent. All the judges, all the police, are delegated by us to administer a justice that they do not invent or improvise but that we have invented over the centuries. We have our managers and they do not push us off the sidewalks. And they cannot forget us because we can see to it that they lose their jobs. We have the best system in the world, to be sure, but often we get to thinking that we are no more than spectators at a play with the right to watch the actors, the managers, come and go, the right to applaud and hiss, and even to put on other actors. But not the right to put on another script. For the play seems to be written once and for all and not by us. What appalls us is that it is not written by the managers either. It is not that the two wars came to us against our will, it is that they came to us from some zone that was altogether outside the possibility of being affected by our will. The wars came neither by or against our will. Our appointed managers were at their posts, the wars enveloped them like fog drifting in from sea. The agonizing question is, what do our managers control? Without them, there is anarchy. With them there is sometimes the feeling, not that they are remote from us, but that the matter they handle, the matter of life and death, is remote from them. It might be thought that our inherited standard of political alertness is too high, that only in crises can it be achieved. But this does not confront the problem at its true level, and lacks an adequate conception of crisis. Crises have involved the publicity of alternatives, usually forced alternatives. But what if the authorities face and choose alternatives without publicity? In a system of power as centralized as ours, crises in the old-fashioned sense occur only when something slips, when there is a leak, and in the meantime, decisions of vital consequence are made behind our backs. The meaning of crisis has to be made clear before it can be hopefully asserted that political alienation will be replaced by alertness only in crises. For today there are crises not publicized for popular political decision but which carry much larger consequences than many publicized crises of the past. It is a sense of our general condition that lies back of our conviction that political estrangement in America is widespread and decisive. There are, of course, shallower even though more precise indicators, for instance, the meaning and extent of the vote. To vote is not necessarily to be politically involved, nor failure to vote to be politically alienated. Perhaps as high as 80% of those who do vote feel they owe it to their family's tradition of voting one way or the other. In the majority of cases the vote indicates a traditional loyalty not to a set of principles or even to a consistent party position, but to a family traditionally attached to one or another party label. Voting does not typically involve political expectations of great moment, and such demands as it entails are formalized and not often connected with personal troubles. Only a little over half of the people eligible to vote do so, which means that the United States is a government by default as much as by positive election. It is the 50 million who do not vote who determine the outcomes as much as those who do. The upsurge of trade unionism, involving as it does about 1/3 of the people at work, might be taken as an indication of a rudimentary form of political insurgency. But trade unionism, as we have seen, does not typically question prevailing symbols, has not typically involved counter-symbols. Its usual demands are for a larger slice of the going yield, and its conscious expectations are short-run expectations of immediate material improvements, not of any change in the system of work and life. So, in their present shape and motives, neither patronage parties nor trade unions are tokens of widespread political consciousness, either of deeper loyalty or alerted insurgency. The white-collar people are probably no more or no less politically alienated than other large strata. In fact, judging from the indices available, they seem to be in between. Thus, 41% of them American Samoa against 59% of the business and professional and 33% of the wage workers, said they had given much thought rather than little thought to the election for presidency in 1948. In this, the white-collar proportion was the same as the national average. The same is true with respect to participation in voting. Every indication available reveals them as exactly average between business and labor. When it was believed, correctly or not, that the workers formed an identifiable camp, it could be asserted that the white-collar man was spiritually powerless because he could not find his way to the workers at a time when the house of middle-class concepts and feelings had collapsed. But whatever house the workers might have been thought to be building has not been built. Now there are no centers of firm and uniform identification. Political alienation and spiritual homelessness are widespread. How has this political indifference come about? What are the factors that regulate the state of political alienation in America today? We cannot understand the political role of the new middle class until we have explained why in the United States today people of all classes are more or less politically indifferent. In trying to explain it, we shall pay attention, first, to the political contents and function of the mass media of communication, second, to certain features of the social historical structure of the United States which have formed the character of its political sphere, and third, to the salient characteristics of U.S. political institutions themselves. 3. The mass media. To believe that the ideology wherein men become conscious of class conflict and fight it out is determined solely by material contradictions is to overlook the positive role of the mass media of communications. If the consciousness of men does not determine their existence, neither does their material existence determine their consciousness. Between consciousness and existence stand communications, which influence such consciousness as men have of their existence. Men do enter into definite, necessary relations which are independent of their will, but communications enter to slant the meanings of these relations for those variously involved in them. The forms of political consciousness may, in the end, be relative to the means of production, but, in the beginning, they are relative to the contents of the communication media. In Marx's day there was no radio, no movies, no television, there was only printed matter, which, as he demonstrated several times, was in such shape that it was possible for an enterprising individual to start up a newspaper or magazine. It was easier to overlook the role of mass media or to underplay it, when they were not so persuasive in effect and yet were more widely accessible and, despite political censorship, more widely competitive. What Edward Ross said of custom also applies to the mass media today: their main prop is the dread of self-mutilation. For to give up the customary or the mass media routine is to alienate portions of one's self, to tear away the sheath that protects our substance. Commercial jazz, soap opera, pulp fiction, comic strips, the movies set the images, mannerisms, standards, and aims of the urban masses. In one way or another, everyone is equal before these cultural machines. Like technology itself, the mass media are nearly universal in their incidence and appeal. They are a kind of common denominator, a kind of scheme for pre-scheduled, mass emotions. In these mass arts, instead of form there is formula. They lead to no final revelation, but exhaust themselves immediately as they appear. As Milton Klinsky has observed, it is the great indistinction of both the mass arts and contemporary life that they reflect one another so closely, feature by feature, it is almost impossible to tell the image from its source. Both collaborate to form a common myth. The fictive heroes of this myth are the archetypes to which the masses try to conform, and the dyes from which they stamp their own behavior. We are so submerged in the pictures created by mass media that we no longer really see them, much less the objects they supposedly represent. The truth is, as the media are now organized, they expropriate our vision. There is the eventful scene itself, the pictures of the scene, and the response to it. Between scene and response is the picture, given by the mass media. Events outside the narrow scene of the weekly routine have little meaning and in fact are mostly not known except as they are omitted, refracted, or reported in the mass media. The mass communication system of the United States is not autonomous, it reflects society, but selectively, it reinforces certain features by generalizing them, and out of its selections and reinforcements creates a world. Insofar as people live beyond their immediate range of contacts, it is in this world they must live. The forms and contents of political consciousness, or their absence, cannot be understood without reference to the world created and sustained by these media. The deprivations and insecurities arising from structural positions and historic changes are not likely to be politically symbolized if these media do not take them up in appropriate contexts, and thus lend generalized, communicable meaning to them. Class consciousness or its absence, for example, involves not merely the individual's experience in and of some objective class situation, but the communications to which he is exposed. What he comes to believe about the whole range of issues is in some way a function of his experienced situation, plus his first-hand contact with other people, plus his exposure to mass media. And it is often the latter which gives him his standard of reality, his standard of experience. The contents of the mass media are now a sort of common denominator of American experience, feeling, belief, and aspiration. They extend across the diversified material and social environments, and, reaching lower into the age hierarchy, are received long before the age of consent, without explicit awareness. Contents of the mass media seep into our images of self, becoming that which is taken for granted, so imperceptibly and so surely that to modify them drastically, over a generation or two, would be to change profoundly modern man's experience and character. The world created by the mass media contains very little discussion of political meanings, not to speak of their dramatization, or sharp demands and expectations. Instead, on the explicitly tagged political level, the media display, the short news flash, and the headlined column or snippet, the few roundtables and editorials. In these, the mass media plug for ruling political symbols and personalities, but in their attempts to enforce conventional attachment to them, they standardize and reiterate until these symbols and personalities become completely banal, and men are attached to them only, as to a brand of clothes, by conventionalized reaction. The whole marketing animus is put behind prevailing clichés, politics is squeezed into formulas which are repeated and repeated. In the words of the advertising manual, you make contact, arouse interest, create preference, make specific proposals, close the order. Ad drives are set up to sell the U.S. system, with an agency task force whose number one job is to stress the free enterprise aim and point out to the American people that management, labor, and all other groups are agreed that the American system should work towards the basic objective of better living. And so on. The prevailing symbols are presented in such a contrived and pompous civics book manner, or in such a falsely human light, as to preclude lively involvements and deep-felt loyalties. At the same time, the mass media do not display counter-loyalties and demands to the ruling loyalties and demands which they make banal. They are polite, disguising indifference as tolerance and broad-mindedness, and they further buttress the disfavor in which those who are against things are held. They trivialize issues into personal squabbles, rather than humanize them by asserting their meanings for you and for me. They formalize adherence to prevailing symbols by pious standardization of worn-out phrases, and when they are serious, they merely get detailed about more of the same, rather than give big close-ups of the human meanings of political events and decisions. Their detailed coverage is probably not attended to except by those already interested, the slanted material only by those already in agreement with the slant. They reinforce interest and slant, but do not arouse interest by exposing genuine clash. The ruling symbols are so inflated in the mass media, the ideological speed-up is so great, that such symbols, in their increased volume, intensification, and persuasion, are worn out and distrusted. The mass media hold a monopoly of the ideologically dead, they spin records of political emptiness. To banalize prevailing symbols and omit counter-symbols, but above all, to divert from the explicitly political, and by contrast with other interests to make politics dull and threadbare. That is the political situation of the mass media, which reflect and reinforce the political situation of the nation. The explicit political content of the mass media is, after all, a very small portion of their managed time and space. This badly handled content must compete with the whole machinery of amusement, within a marketing context of distrust. The most skilled media men and the highest paid talent are devoted to the glamorous worlds of sport and leisure. These competing worlds, which in their modern scale are only 30 years old, divert attention from politics by providing a set of continuing interests in mythical figures and fast-moving stereotypes. The old-fashioned political rally, to which men traveled in the world of the small entrepreneur, when politics were not crucial, is replaced by an elaboration of dazzling alternatives to which men in the new society, when politics are objectively crucial, can turn without movement of body or mind. The attention absorbed by the images on the screen's rectangle dominates the darkened public, the sonorous, the erotic, the mysterious, the funny voice of the radio talks to you, the thrill of the easy murder relaxes you. In our life situation, they simply fascinate. And their effects run deep. Popular culture is not tagged as propaganda but as entertainment. People are often exposed to it when most relaxed of mind and tired of body, and its characters offer easy targets of identification, easy answers to stereotyped personal problems. The image of success and its individuated psychology are the most lively aspects of popular culture and the greatest diversion from politics. Virtually all the images of popular culture are concerned with individuals, and more, with particular kinds of individuals succeeding by individual ways to individual goals. Fiction and non-fiction, movies and radio, indeed almost every aspect of contemporary mass communication accentuate individual success. Whatever is done by individual effort, and if a group is involved, it strings along after the extraordinary leader. There is displayed no upward climb of and by collective action to political goals, but individuals succeeding, by strictly personal efforts in a hostile environment, to personal economic and erotic goals. Dramatization in popular art has always involved the personalities of social life, even though an adequate picture of opportunities can be had only by statistically reliable portraits. It is the individual exception rather than the mass facts, however, which is seized upon, diffused, and generalized by the mass media as a model criterion. The Horatio Alger stories of the newsboy who made it by reason of personal virtues may seem merely corny to victims of impersonal depression, yet Mickey Mouse and Superman are followed with zeal by millions, and there is a clear line of connection between Horatio and Mickey. Both are little men who knife their way to the top by paying strict attention to no one. They are totem-like individuals who are seen in the miraculous ritual of personal success, luckily winning out over tremendous obstacles. Latter-day heroes of success, however, have become sharper in their practices. They win by tricks and often by stabs in the back. The fights they wage are dirtier than Horatio's. The cowboy and the detective, standard popular culture types, are also out for no one, although it is often necessary to sanctify their violent methods by linking their motives to wider ends. But they are autonomous men. I want to be my own man, they say. I want to do as I please. The easy identification with private success finds its obverse side, Gunnar Myrdal has observed, in the remarkable lack of a self-generating, self-disciplined, organized people's movement in America. Not collective adventures, nor even self-centered fantasy, but other people's private success is often at the center of popular media attention. This generous romanticism of success, resting upon an easy identification with those who succeed, undoubtedly lessens the psychological pressure of economic inequality, which otherwise might find collective outlet in political action aimed at the social ideal of more equality of wealth and power. Only a few of the major characters appearing in the movies pursue any social goals. The majority are engaged by ends lying within their immediate circles. The interest in individuals, Leo Lowenthal comments more generally, has become a kind of mass gossip. This interest and the way it is satisfied and produced are not, however, of the same type as in the novels of the 18th and 19th centuries. The subjects chosen for popular biographies are no longer models in terms of which people may cultivate themselves for serious individual endeavor. On the contrary, they are idols of leisure and of consumption, the concern being with their private lives, valuable friends, hobbies, style of consumption on the psychological gadgets with which they are equipped for success. In their presentation, Lowenthal concludes, the language of promotion has replaced the language of evaluation. Only the price tag is missing. They are pseudo-individuals displayed in an unserious sphere of life. Their problems arise and are solved individually, by means of their own vices and virtues, and such envy as they evoke is focused individually rather than in terms of position in a social structure. Not individual envy or collective resentment, but respect and awe adhere to the glamour of individual success. The contents of the mass media are frequently blamed on the political ignorance of the public. It is true that only 21% of the public has a reasonably accurate idea of what the Bill of Rights is, that only about half claim to know what a lobbyist is, and that many of these cannot recall any group who they believe hire lobbyists, etc. Yet, in the past, the highly educated have not held a monopoly on political alertness, much less on insurgency. Moreover, in connection with the political world of the mass media, one must ask why is it that people are so ignorant, given the tremendous volume of mass communication and the increase in school populations. The educational system is most appropriately seen as another mass medium, a parochial one with an assured public of younger age groups. In their most liberal endeavors, the political content of educational institutions is often unimaginative and serves to lay the basis for the successful diversion by other mass media, for the trivialization, fragmentation, and confusion of politics as a sphere of life. With their ideological dead matter and intricately boring citizenship courses, the schools cannot compete with popular culture and its dazzling idols. And when, realizing this, they imitate such popular culture and its manner of presentation, they too merely trivialize their subject, without making it much less dull. The mass educated are perhaps the most politically uninterested, for they have been most exposed to politics in civics book detail. They have been dulled by being stuffed with the conventional idols of U.S. politics. Popular culture pervades all classes of the American population, but perhaps, if only because of the age and sex differences, it grips the white-collar girl and the black-coated man most firmly. They are at the center of the high school culture at which the mass media are targeted, and as a new lower middle class, they form an eager market for the gross output. Yet, why do mass communication agencies contain such persistently non-political or false political content? These agencies are of course owned and directed by a small group of people, to whose interest it is to present individual success stories and other divertisement rather than the facts of collective successes and tragedies. But the fact that they are vested interests is not a sufficient explanation for their content. Although it is not true that consumers' tastes and feelings direct their output, it is true that if enough individuals felt able to boycott such programs, the movie makers, the advertisers, and the personnel departments would in some way seek to change their policies. It is also true that just as many isolated, impoverished people do not have a conception of adequate housing because they have never seen it, so most moviegoers and radio listeners do not know what movies and radio could be. People put up with their present content and like it because they are not aware of any other possibility. They are strongly predisposed to see, hear, and read what they have been trained to see, hear, and read. Yet we cannot overlook the social basis of their fascinated receptivity. To understand the continued enthusiasm for present media content, we must look beyond the psychology of apathetic and uninformed individuals, and the vested interests of the agencies of mass communication. The media do create, but they also reinforce existing tendencies, cater to existing want. They do facilitate and focus impulses and needs there before them. There is a close interplay between media and public, as wants are inculcated as well as satisfied. To understand the basis of public receptivity as well as the contents of the media, we must go beyond the media as such, and examine the social historical setting of the U.S. political world itself. For the social structure, explanations of a theme running as deep as political alienation must be made in terms of factors that extend over several generations. For it arises from the very shaping of the total society, and must be understood in terms of shifts over a period of time which it helps to define as an epoch. Many of the psychological trends we have examined in connection with the transformation of the middle classes implement indifference as a prevailing political tone. One of the characteristic psychological features of the American social structure today is its systematic creation and maintenance of estrangement from society and from selfhood. Only against this broad background can we hope to understand the specific factors that have focused these trends in the political sphere. The United States has been historically characterized by a progressive boom of real income, broken only once on a wide scale, the slump of the 30s, and climbing out of that to new heights in World War II. At first a frontier expansion and later a gigantic industrial elaboration fed this trend. As for wars, the United States has been lucky to a degree that is unimaginable to most Europeans. People experiencing such a history of increasing and uninterrupted material contentment are not likely to develop economic resentments that would turn their political institutions into means of ideological conflict, or turn their minds into political forums. The discrepancy between want and satisfaction has not been so wide and prolonged for any group as to affect vitally the general tone of U.S. life. The possibilities for climbing have been real for at least a visible minority, and political demands of lower income and occupational ranks have thus been minimized by economic and social mobility. As small entrepreneurship began to close, the white-collar opportunities opened up, which even if they led to little more income were seen as above mere farm and wage work. These facts have made for an acceptance of stratification, which has not been experienced as a permanent or oppressive arrangement, but as somehow natural and fair. If, as Karl Mannheim has noted, the expectations of an inevitable class struggle merely reflect an era of scarcity, in the United States such ideas have not taken hold by virtue of the long era of abundance. To the economic facts of abundance, the rise in real standards of living, and the upward mobility, there was added a relatively fluid system of deference in a rising status market. Entering the social structure at or near the bottom, each wave of the 35 million immigrants who poured into the United States in the decades before 1920 took on for a while at least the difficult jobs and the lowest esteem, thus lifting all the layers above themselves. Those who had come before had somebody to look down upon. Moreover, the expectations of these immigrants, used in gauging their satisfactions and discontents, were not of the top of U.S. society, but rather U.S. society versus the homeland. Their standards were international rather than interclass. And their homelands were lower in standard than the United States. For millions from Europe, America remained the great land of promise, no matter how low they were in the United States. Besides, given the volume of migration, it was not long before they, too, could find newer or different immigrants to look down upon as competitive menaces. The entire force of nationalism was thus behind the idea and the image of individual ascent and against notions of class equality. The Americanization struggle rather than the class struggle was the central psychological fact. And the increased chance for education, resting upon free institutions and changes in occupational structure, was seen as an American cultural lift, and nourished the feelings of status equality. Immigrants added to a geographically immense and scattered country the further heterogeneities of language, culture, religion. And among the lower ranks such differences often seemed more important than their common class and occupational levels. This was a major blow at psychological, not to speak of political, cohesiveness of lower classes. To it, again, must be added the extreme mobility between regions, industries, and jobs that has been so extensive in America. The contrasts in occupational environments and the movement from one to another diversify and even fragment the material conditions, and hence the basis of potential solidarity. Consciousness of position and political will, observes Edmund Wilson, have been more likely to be local and sporadic than a social split that runs through the whole people like a fissure. The rapidity of change, resting on technological progress in a large open space, has made for extreme diversity and mobility. The people have not been settled or fixed by tradition, and so from their social birth they have been alienated. The status panic and the salesmanship aegis have undoubtedly furthered this unsettling process and further distracted the individual from political demand and action as well as from himself. For the problem of political apathy, viewed sociologically, is part of the larger problem of self-alienation and social meaninglessness. It rests on an absence of firm legitimations, and hence of accepted, durable premiums for roles played and yet on the continued, even the compulsive, enactment of these roles. Many of the historical factors and trends may now be at their historical turning point or even end, but mentalities do not usually keep in lockstep with history. Moreover, the political order itself has not encouraged, and does not encourage, a political mentality alert to new realities. 5. U.S. Politics. Political consciousness is most immediately determined by politically available means and symbols. It is the political sphere itself, its institutions and traditions, its rhetoric and practices, its place in a total social structure, that must, after all, be in the forefront of an explanation of political indifference. For these are what political consciousness is about. In fact, all other factors in the mass media and the historic social structure play into the political sphere and there interact as a complex of causes. Economic rather than political institutions have undoubtedly been of greater importance to life endeavor in the United States. Politics, in fact, has been widely understood as a means for gaining and protecting economic ends and practices. The whole laissez-faire tradition, so unevenly applied but so persistently asserted, has been the anchor and expression of this view. However inflated by rhetoric, political fights have been less over political principles than over economic and regional interests. This political order has given rise to the patronage machine, rather than the ideological party, to the trade union rather than the workers' movement. Party contests have been contests between varied types and sizes of property, rather than between property and propertylessness, and unions have taken their place within and alongside the dominant parties, rather than in opposition to them. In short, U.S. politics has rarely been an autonomous force. It has been anchored in the economic sphere, its men using political means to gain and secure limited economic ends. So interest in it has seldom been an interest in political ends, has seldom involved more than immediate material profits and losses. If greater American statesmen on the national level, as Matthew Josephson has asserted, have been concerned to adjust larger business interests with the whole community, lesser politicians on the local levels have often been concerned to realize smaller but more directly lucrative business ends. And sometimes this local bent has manifested itself on higher levels. National scandals about the private morality of public men have not done much to heighten the level of public sensibility or deepen the image of political life to make it central, urgent, and worthwhile. Locally, as Robert and Helen Lind have shown, there has been a tendency for a political participation to alternate with indifference and even with repugnance. The ward heeler gets control and many people are disgusted and withdraw, which gives the ward heeler his chance. In due course, a cleanup is made, in an attempt to detach politics from more immediate and local business grafts. Often this cleanup is more moral than fundamental. Politics is seen as made up of good people and bad people, in terms of the morality and status of individuals rather than of an institutional system that selects and forms individuals. So gradually the old machine or another like it moves in and the cycle of alternating exasperation and cynical apathy continues. The distrust and the ambivalent status afforded the American politician has been rooted in the balloting system, which with its long list of unknown names allows the party machine to select loyal men of little or no worth to the community. Many of these party workers are payoffs, who have got things done without publicity or formal sanction. Others are selected precisely because they are weak sisters and thus controllable as dummies of the boss. The need of the boss and his machine for funds means that offices have often been sold and bought. Also, decentralized party control has made for a premium on parochialism in national leaders, men, usually governors, who have carefully refrained from committing themselves on national and international issues are pumped up during the campaign to a national status they have by no means earned. The dominance and the near sacrosanct character of the business system have meant that when things go wrong in the political economy, blame is displaced from the businessman to the politician. The successful candidate, therefore, tends to be selected from among the uncommitted and the mediocre. Brighter men have found more suitable careers outside politics and the people have become uninterested in politics. The exception to both has probably occurred only in situations in which the politician has been forced to act, as in slump or war. Lincoln, Wilson, and Franklin Roosevelt found themselves in such situations, and the general status impugnment of politicians has not touched them with its usual force. In our day, muckraking, despite the glaring need for it, is properly seen as an integral part of an era that ended with the soggy public response to the Teapot Dome disclosures. No longer can a Lincoln-Steffens command attention by detailed proof that in a country where business is dominant, businessmen will corrupt a government which can pass laws to hinder or help business. That, as Walter Shannon puts it, is now old stuff, which is to say, that people cynically accept it rather than revolt against it. Conflicts within the social structure have not been fully articulated in the political sphere. Great changes have occurred without benefit of any political struggle. The U.S. political order has been continuous for more than a century and a half, and for this continuity it has paid the price of many internal compromises and adjustments without explicit reformulations of principle or symbol. Its institutions have been greatly adaptive, its traditions, expedient, its great figures, inveterate opportunists. The American political order has never known deeply situated movements, or parties with the will and the chance to change the whole political structure. For 160 years parties have argued over symbols and issues concerned with who got what within the prevailing system. There has been no relatively successful third party which questioned that system, and so no indigenous political theory which might proceed with such a movement. American politics has bred the opportunistic politician in the compromised party in the two-party state. Each of the two parties must appeal to diverse interests and variegated strata and therefore may articulate only generalized, widely accepted issues. Neither can afford to articulate explicit views or the interests of specific groups, and their competition leads to universal appeals and hence to many broken pledges, to a universal rhetoric of vacuity rather than conflicting ideologies of particular strata. The more variegated the public to which the patronage party must appeal for support, the more empty of decisive, antagonistic content its programs will be. It blunts the issues it reflects, attenuates the desires it serves. In its fear of alarming anyone, it talks while managing to say nothing. So lively issues, closely connected with everyday reality, are not presented in the controversies of the parties. Trotsky, in quite another context, once wrote, "A party for whom everybody votes except that minority who know what they are voting for, is no more a party, than the tongue in which babies in all countries babble is a national language." Political selection, for the electorate, comment the Linds, becomes a matter of lining up on one side or the other of an either-or situation. The issues involved in supporting the either's or the or's have become somewhat more blurred since the 90s. And because of this artificial party situation, elections are no longer the lively centers of public interest they were in the 90s. In 1890 Middletown gave itself over for weeks before each election to the bitter, hilarious joy of conflict. Today torchlight processions and horns no longer blast out the voters or usher in the newly elected officials, and, although speeches persist with something of their old vigor, new inventions offering a variety of alternate interests are pressing upon politics as upon lodges, unions, and churches. The compromises in the two-party state tend to occur within the party formations. When they do occur between the parties, they often take the form of non-publicized, even non-publicizable, deals. So popular will is less effective than the pressure of organized minorities, where power is already distributed in extremely disproportionate ways. The principle of hidden compromise is likely to work for the already powerful. The compromising party means, ideally at least, that two groups, each representing definite, antagonistic interests, integrate policy as best they can in order to realize all the existent interests possible. How well they can succeed in this depends in large part upon how deep the antagonisms are. The compromised party, on the other hand, refers to a party in which there has been so much expediency and compromise going on within it that its leaders really can't do anything decisive or stand up and say no to anybody. Party managers minimize the public discussion of fundamental issues, Politicians solve them by means of the personal contact and the private integration. The compromised party is everybody's friend. There is usually very little real difference between the two major U.S. parties, yet together they virtually monopolize the chances at political organization and political propaganda on a large scale. This party system is ideal for a people that is largely contented, which is to say that such a people need not be interested in politics as a struggle for the power to solve real issues. Such political contentment as has prevailed is no doubt aided by the general fact of occupational, pecuniary, and social ascent, but more specifically, the potential leaders of the lower ranks have had, in each generation, available channels of upward mobility. In this way, as Gunnar Myrdal has shown, they have been drained off as opposition leaders. In the two-party system, probably the best men go into the dominant and long-established local party. The latest channel, open in this way, has been the big labor unions that came out of the Great Depression. These unions have quickly been bureaucratized, in many ways tamed, but they have provided new ways up, to higher income, prestige, and power, for many militant young men, working-class boys who could adapt their views to the organizational practices of the unions. Insofar as organizers and articulate spokesmen of definite interests might increase general political alertness, this draining of talent from the lower circles has decreased their chances to become alert. Most political decisions of consequence have been moved from local to state to federal establishment. The issues of local politics, to which the individual might be supposed most alert, have become in some part a matter of deals between federal powers and local authorities. During the 20s, says a liberal organization's leader, you could get together local pressures to squeeze Congress. During the 30s, you didn't need it so much. It was there at the center, and we got dependent on it. Then the war stymied political efforts. Now, just a while ago, we wanted wide support for a bill, but we couldn't find any. There just aren't any local organizations or local fire anymore. They've withered away. The distance between the individual and centers of power has become greater, and the individual has come to feel powerless. Between political hope and political realization there are the two parties and the federal bureaucracy, which, as means of political action, often seem to cut the nerve of direct political interest. Indifference may thus be seen as an understandable response to a condition of powerlessness. In Barbara Wooten's words, political apathy may be the expression of a sort of horse sense. It may be the indifference not so much of those who can, but will not, as of those who realize when they cannot a refusal, in fact, to attempt a response to demands that are recognized to be impossible. There is a felt lack of power between the individual's everyday life and what is going on in the distant worlds of politics. The issues of politics, it is often said, are now so technical and intricate that the individual cannot be expected to understand them or be alert to their consequences. And it is undoubtedly true, as Jefferson made clear, that participation is more possible, politics more engaging, when the issues to be settled are within the everyday experience of those to whom they are addressed. But it would be more accurate to say that the political organs now existing, and the politicians in charge of them, are not willing to think through such issues. In fact, they are incapable of doing so, of tying their various solutions to readily understood ideas, of using the mass media to spell out in dramatic, accurate ways what is involved, in short, of exercising leadership responsibly by translating intricate issues into their human and political consequences for specific sets of people. And to tell them about it? The idea that the issues are too intricate for a people's decision is a curious blend of bureaucratic perspectives, which transform political issues into administrative problems, and a simplistic notion of democracy, which would equate the public with the executive organs of the government, rather than with effective intervention in general decisions of general consequence. The more decentralized rule of the old spoils system brought government closer to at least certain opinion leader circles of the populace. Bureaucracy, with its trained staff, often seems FAI removed, the official, not being dependent for his job upon the opinions of constituents and bosses, does not develop and exploit the personal touch. Thus Jackson believed, as did Lenin, that official duties could be made so plain and simple that men of intelligence may readily qualify themselves for their performance. The good side of the spoils system was that it brought more people into the sphere of governmental participation. The state was no longer to be an engine for the support of the few at the expense of the many. What has happened in parties, and especially in the executive organs of the state, is that bureaucratization has contracted the areas open to political decision and expanded those subject to administrative rule. In pre-capitalist societies, power was known and personal. The individual could see who was powerful, and he could understand the means of his power. His responses, of obedience and fear, were explicit and concrete, and if he was in revolt, the targets of that revolt were also explicit and concrete. Comments H. D. Laswell, once your eye lights on the Indian who lies in wait behind a tree, you know you are being ambushed. But you may see a modern financier at his desk for hours a day for years and catch no clue to the nature of the security structure which he has set up to ambush investors. Or, when a man owns land with water on it, and others need water for their cattle, they can see the power of property, but when the price-wage-profit ratio is manipulated to lower their standard of living, they cannot find out who is to blame. In an impersonalized and more anonymous system of control, explicit responses are not so possible. Anxiety is likely to replace fear, insecurity to replace worry. The problem is who really has power, for often the tangled and hidden system seems a complex yet organized irresponsibility. When power is delegated from a distant center, the one immediately over the individual is not so different from the individual himself. He does not decide either, he too is part of the network by means of which individuals are controlled. Targets for revolt, given the will to revolt, are not readily available. Symbols in terms of which to challenge power are not available. In fact, there are no explicit symbols of authority to challenge. As political power has been centralized, the issues professionalized and compromised by the two-party state, a sort of impersonal manipulation has replaced authority. For authority, there is a need of justifications in order to secure loyalties. For manipulation, there is exercise of power without explicit justifications, for decisions are hidden. Manipulation, as we have suggested, arises when there is a centralization of power that is not publicly justified and those who have it don't believe they could justify it. Manipulation feeds upon and is fed by mass indifference. For in the narrowed range of assertion and counter-assertion no target of demand, no symbols or principles are argued over and debated in public. If the areas of assertion and of counter-assertion are narrow in the mass media, it is in some part because politics is monopolized by the two major parties, and the economic political arena of struggle, monopolized by the labor union corporation battle. In all three communications, unions, political parties there is a narrowed range of assertion and counter-assertion. And so insecurity and striving are not attached to political symbols, but are drained off by the distractions of amusement, the frenzied search for commodities, or turned in upon the self as busy little frustrations. There is no organized effort to develop common consciousness of common interests, and men feel distanced from events and without the power to order them. By virtue of their increased and centralized power, political institutions become more objectively important to the course of American history, but because of mass alienation, less and less of subjective interest to the population at large. On the one hand, politics is bureaucratized, and on the other, there is mass indifference. These are the decisive aspects of U.S. politics today. Because of them, political expression is banalized, political theory is barren administrative detail, history is made behind men's backs. Such is the political situation in which the new middle classes enact their passive role. 6. The rearguarders. Politics, no matter how important, is only one sphere in the social order, which by no means needs to be tied together by political loyalties. It may even be that political indifference should be taken as an expected psychological fact about a society so dominated by such individuated, pecuniary standards and activities as the United States. This is a bureaucratized society of privatized men, and it may very well go along in this condition for a long time to come. The decline of the old middle classes does not mean that the U.S. framework of capitalist democracy is broken. But it does mean that the old legitimations of that system no longer move men, and that the institutions under which we live, the framework of our existence, are without enthusiasm. Again, this does not mean that we are in a situation without norms, a situation of anomie, although it is fairly clear that ours is an era of wide moral distress. But moral or ideological consensus is not the only basis for a social order. A network of expediences and conventions, in a framework of power not entirely or firmly legitimate, can hold together a society with high material standards of comfort. Still, it must be recognized that this is not the idea of democracy. Based upon the old middle classes, we have known that there is a struggle over men's minds even if there is no struggle in them, that our bureaucratized society has its own contradictions and crises, in which the payoffs that have kept the United States going ahead may become much harder to organize and deliver. The transformation of the middle classes has split them in such a way that no middle-class policy seems possible, even if the power and the opportunity for it to become a movement existed. A political movement seeks to promote the interests of the groups that it involves. In this sense, there is no distinctly middle-class movement on the United States political scene. For these classes are diversified in social form, contradictory in material interest, dissimilar in ideological illusion. There is no homogeneity of base among them for common political movement. Farmers want higher protective tariffs and higher price supports, white-collar clerks, cheap consumers' prices. Government employees want higher salaries, small shopkeepers, lower taxes. In matters of wages and social policies, new middle-class people increasingly have the attitude of those who are given work, old middle-class people still have the attitude of those who give it. If the old middle classes have, from time to time, fought monopoly corporations, in the name of small property, the new middle classes have been dependent upon monopoly corporations for secure jobs and have revealed the facts psychologically by loyalties to the firm. Small businessmen, especially retailers, fight chain stores, government, and unions under the wing of big business. White-collar workers, insofar as they are organized in the fight at all, are organized in unions which in all essentials are under the wage workers. Thus both old and new middle classes become shock troops for other more powerful and articulate pressure blocks in the political scene. No common symbols of loyalty, demand, or hope are available to the middle classes as a whole, or to either of its wings. Various segments join already existing blocks to compete by pressure within party and state. The major instruments are not differentiated in such a way as to allow, much less to encourage them, to take upon themselves any specific political struggle. Nothing in their direct occupational experiences propels the white-collar people toward autonomous political organizations. The social springs for such movements, should they occur, will not occur among these strata. Lenin's remark that the political consciousness of a stratum cannot be aroused within the sphere of relations between workers and employers holds doubly true for white-collar employees. Their occupational ideology is politically passive, they are not engaged in any economic struggle, except in the most scattered and fragmentary sense. They lack even a rudimentary awareness of their economic and political interests, they do not feel any sharp crisis specific to their stratum. Such problems as the relations of party, trade union, and class cannot be posed for them, for they are not a homogeneous class, they are not heavily in trade unions, neither major party caters specifically to them, and there is no thought of their forming an independent party. Insofar as political strength rests upon organized economic power, the white-collar workers can only derive their strength from business or from labor. Within the whole structure of power, they are dependent variables. Estimates of their political tendencies, therefore, must rest upon larger predictions of the manner and outcome of the struggles of business and labor. Only when labor rather obviously wins out, if then, will the lower white-collar employees go all out for unions, if labor leaders are included in compromised committees, stemming from big business circles, then white-collar groups will be even more so. Theories of the rise to power of white-collar people are generally inferred from the facts of their numerical growth and their indispensability in the bureaucratic and distributive operations of mass society. But only if one assumes a pure and automatic democracy of numbers does the mere growth of a stratum mean increased power for it. And only if one assumes a magic leap from occupational function to political power does technical indispensability mean power for a stratum. When such large questions are translated into the terms of American life, one sees clearly that the jump from numerical growth and importance of function to increased political power requires, at a minimum, political awareness and political organization. The white-collar workers do not have either to any appreciable extent. Moreover, their advance to increased stature in American society could not result in increased freedom and rationality. For white-collar people carry less rationality than illusion and less desire for freedom than the misery of modern anxieties. Their socially bleak ways of life writ large would not mean freedom or rationality for the individual or for society. Such speculations, however, are academic. There is no probability of the new middle classes forming or inaugurating or leading any political movement. They have no steady discontent or responsible struggle with the conditions of their lives. For discontent of this sort requires imagination, even a little vision, and responsible struggle requires leadership. The political question of the new middle classes is, of what bloc or movement will they be most likely to stay at the tail? And the answer is, the bloc or movement that most obviously seems to be winning. They will not go politically proletarian, if for no other reason than the absence of any political proletariat in America. They will not go politically middle class, if for no other reason than the absence of middle class policy or formation, and because they will not be economically able to maintain such a status. They will not go political as an independent bloc or party, if for no other reason than their lack of either the unity or the opportunity. They will not become a political balance wheel, if for no other reason than their lack of will to choose one bloc or another before it has already shown itself in the ascendant. They will choose only after their choice has won. Since they have no public position, their private positions as individuals determine in what direction each of them goes, but, as individuals, they do not know where to go. So now they waver. They hesitate, confused and vacillating in their opinions, unfocused and discontinuous in their actions. They are worried and distrustful but, like so many others, they have no targets on which to focus their worry and distrust. They may be politically irritable, but they have no political passion. They are a chorus, too afraid to grumble, too hysterical in their applause. They are rearguarders. In the shorter run, they will follow the panicky ways of prestige. In the longer run, they will follow the ways of power, for, in the end, prestige is determined by power. In the meantime, on the political marketplace of American society, the new middle classes are up for sale. Whoever seems respectable enough, strong enough, can probably have them. So far, nobody has made a serious bid.